of view, and from that from that point of view, this is a lengthy journey. I wish him good luck on that. So with these few comments, I would like to come to Bangladesh. Where do we see, how do we see the green energy in case of Bangladesh? As we know that we are a disaster-prone country, and we are facing climate changes, and we are also aware of that with the climate change, natural disaster increases both in intensity and in frequency. So keeping that thing in mind, how to change from fossil fuel based energy to green energy. That's a big challenge for a case of Bangladesh. I will take a few more minutes on that, especially. Okay, and now while I was looking at the website of the Power Development Board in 25th of November, today's 27th, so just 2 days back, and I did find that, well, our power generation was 9,668 megawatt, roughly 10,000 megawatt. But somehow this Power Development Board always in their forecast, in their estimation, make it 25,000 megawatt. They always make it 25, you know, we need to have to generate 25,000 megawatt by the year 2025 or so, and you know, economy is picking up. So for 25,000 megawatt, we need plenty of power plants, and most of them are coal-powered power plants. So this is a big challenge. Now, if we look at this power generation in Bangladesh on 25th of November, out of this 10,000 megawatt, we did find gas 53%, you know, then heavy fuel 25%, HSD or high-speed diesel 8%. The green energy hydropower is 1% only. The green energy hydropower is 1% only, and solar is hardly 0.62. So if we add this green energy, contribution of green energy in case of Bangladesh is less than 2%. Less than 2%. We are heavily dependent on fossil fuel-based energy. So this is something to start with. Now, according to the master plan, the Power Development Master Plan, by 2021, this is 2021. So, you know, the Power Development Board wanted to, you know, decrease the use of gas, increase the import of coal, and then, you know, side by side, they would like to increase the solar power, 5% wind, as well as hydropower. But I would say, you know, if we even add them up, it's hardly 10%. If we add them up, 5%, 4%, and 1% or so, it is roughly 10% or so. But as of now, we couldn't achieve any of them. As of now, we couldn't achieve any of them. We hardly achieved 404 megawatt of renewable energy by 2014, and then we have a long way to go. We have a long way to go. Very recently, with China, we did sign a contract for 500 megawatt only. So that being so, what is to be done in case of Bangladesh? We know the renewable energy sources are solar, biogas, wind, wave, hydro. Solar, little picking up. Biogas is almost nil. Wind, nothing. Wave, nothing. Hydro, only 1% or less than 1% of energy coming from hydropower in Bangladesh. So that being so, in case of Bangladesh, you know, prospect of renewable energy is rather bleak. No matter we you know, where we go for, you know, a very ambitious program or so. Now, another important development is that there's a Bangladesh Power Review, second Bangladesh Power Review 2018-19, and according to this review, is that overall power capacity utilization in Bangladesh was just 43%. So whatever the power plants, we have 29 or more or so power plants we have, and more are coming up, including Rampal power plant. So power utilization from these power plants is 43%, meaning 57% of the energy not being used, they are being kept idle. So these power plants are being kept idle, and and Power Development Board, or for that matter, Government of Bangladesh, was ambitious, and this estimation was wrong. The estimation of we need 25,000 megawatt by the year 2025, estimation was wrong. So based on that, now a lot of discussion are on. Do we need 33,200 megawatt more power, more electricity from the 29 power plants coming up? So these are questions are being raised. Now, this is my last slide, I would say. Now, there is a paradigm shift. One fine morning on July 30th, 2020, our minister, Nasrul Hamid, who is the Minister of Power, Energy, and Mineral Resources, he came up and she said that government is going to review the power sector in Bangladesh, leaving the 3 power plants intact. So the Rampal power plant, funded by India, Matarbari power plant funded by Japan, and also the Paira power plants. These 3 will be kept over there, but excepting these 3 power plants, the others would be reviewed, means they may be shelved. So now a lot of questions are being raised. Looks like to me, as an environmentalist, it looks like this paradigm shift is a welcome move. Moving towards green energy. But are we there nearer, or what is really happening? What is really happening? Are we correct in our estimation of the demand of 25,000 megawatt by 2025, and our status from LDC to mid-income countries? So there are a lot of questions are being raised now. So based on that, I would think that we need to review this power sector plan. We need to look at it fresh, and especially in the case of renewable energy, if we are looking for generation of hydropower, generation of biogas, generation of solar energy or so. So in that case, we have to seriously look into that. And I would say it's really confusing to me to start with, as that this paradigm shift is taking us where. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mahfuzul Haq. Again, I must say with gratitude that you have worked so hard to present this paper. We are learning a lot of information, a lot of data, and also you explained how poor is the solar or renewable energy in Bangladesh, and that there is a serious need to rethink about it. I now move on to our next speaker, and he is none but Colonel
Mahfuzul Haq.
I beg your pardon.
Sayyid Mahfuzul Haq. You have missed Sayyid Mahfuzul Haq.
Oh, let me have a look. Yes, sorry, sir. The next speaker, is SM. Is it Dr. Mahfuzul Haq? It says sustainable energy in Bangladesh. Are we talking of the same, Mr. Haq, Mr. Mahfuzul Haq?
Yes. This is towards green and inclusive recovery.
Yes. Yes, towards green and inclusive recovery is SM Mahfuzul Haq.
Yes.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Have I missed Mr. Haq?
Yeah, please go ahead. Is there?
Is Mr. Haq there? I thought we haven't heard Mr. Haq. We haven't.
He's not here yet.
He's not yet there.
Yeah, I sent him a message. So let's go to the next speaker and then we can join.
He's in Malaysia. Let's send him a message. Let's go to the next speaker, Colonel Ashraf.
So we'll go to the next speaker, and this is Colonel Ashraf. Colonel Ashraf, Colonel Ashraf, a little bit introduction about Colonel Ashraf. Colonel Ashraf is, of course, an advisor of the PRC, Policy Research Centre of Bangladesh. He is a retired military official with a bias on education and research. And he had served while in the army. He had served as a peacekeeping, in the peacekeeping in Sierra Leone. He has written and published several books and stories and rhymes about his experience. And he is currently engaged in research. So he's very much research oriented. And he has a paper to present today. He will be speaking on what is titled as New Perspective Towards Mitigating Climate Change. May I please request Colonel Retired Ashraf to speak, please. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you, Mr. Kamal Chaudhary, and everybody present here, all professors, researchers, and very distinguished people here. My presentation is a very short one for 8 minutes on new perspectives towards mitigating climate change. When the subject is important and there are too many things to speak, making shortcut arouses a lot of questions. So, but I'll still try to touch upon all my points. We are dealing with the green technology and green energy-driven economy, a potential route to mitigate natural disaster and climate change. That is what is our the subject of today's webinar for World Congress of Disaster Management. So, as far as a new perspective is concerned, I have gone out of the context. I have taken a different route, like not talking about hydrocarbons, not talking about the methane gas, carbon dioxide, and other things. Well, human being, as we say in psychology, human being has got two parts. Human being has got two parts. One is a physical side, another is the spiritual side. Okay, let me say in the very beginning, I'm very sorry that actually I can't show you my presentation, the prepared one, the slides, because my laptops are not supporting. I don't know. I'm now connected with the phone, so I can't show you the slides. But I'll try to emphasize on the headings. The first thing is the human body. Any human being has got two sides. One is physical and there is spiritual. The spirituality leads us to morality, and morality leads us to the rules, and the rules teaches us, brings us the discipline of life. So we had been seeing in some Asia Pacific Association of School Psychology Association seminars also, the people are talking, the professors were talking, while talking about the solution of mental health, they were suggesting that the meditation will help the people, to come out of mental stress and other things. So when I'm talking about the natural disaster and climate change, why it is, where is the root? The root is the violation of social and natural rules, the greed-driven immorality by the people, those who are powerful, even the state power. Is the greed that is, and which is not moral. Destroying the trees and the forest, and it is a corporate culture. The money people are becoming to become more richer. They are destroying the trees and the forest, misusing the sweet water, and misusing sweet water has got different connotations, and polluting the air by burning coal and hydrocarbon, and the global warming. It is now taking us towards the melting of the snow in the Arctic regions, in the polar regions, and the height of the water is increasing, and it is posing a threat to the whole world, and particularly the countries like us. And tomorrow, if there is a raise in the water level, a huge portion of Bangladesh will go underwater. Now, very recent experience is COVID-19 has stopped the whole world. The extraction of hydrocarbon by Saudi Arabia has stopped. The tourism industry has stopped. The vehicles were not moving and the air is cleaner. And the trees were as if the trees were smiling and laughing. And it was the air is clean and the leaves are more greener. So my suggestion at this point is you need to motivate the people on moral teachings. So this will be a faith-based motivation. Motivation is always has to come from either from some philosophy or from some religion. Actually, all religions are philosophies. Now I'll talk about the motivational basis in the religion of Islam. Okay, so now the primary sources of this motivation in our religion is the Holy Quran, is a divine book, and the life and the teachings of Prophet Muhammad, a person who is considered by every researcher and knowledgeable person as a blessed person for the whole humanity. Not humanity, it is for all creations. Rahmatul lil Alamin, he has been said, Rahmatul lil Alamin, he has been, he is the blessing for all worlds. So we can take the teachings from these two sources. Now, if we take to ensure, we need to ensure the implementation of Sharia law. Now, when I say Sharia law, many people will be scared because there are a lot of misinterpretation about Sharia law. In fact, the Sharia law is nothing but the teachings of the Quran and the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, the peace be upon him. But why people are scared? People are scared because the Islamophobic propaganda says that Sharia law is going to, is like implementation of the rule, that the hands of the thieves will be cut off and the adulterers, the rapists will be killed, given the death punishment. Let me tell you one thing. These are rules, but it has got also different connotations. It is not that you catch a thief and you cut his hand. No. Umar bin Khattab, the second Khalif, he said, I got to ensure that he doesn't have any reason to become a thief, and then only you can cut his hand off. So if you do that, you will find that those are not serious matters. And if you read the Quran, you will find that the rules regarding this cutting off the hands of the thieves and the rules regarding the punishment of the rapists is, those are much lesser than 2% of the whole regulation. And then what are the other teachings? Other teachings are all for the conservation of human society, conservation of the human discipline, family discipline, conservation of clean water, conservation of the forests. Like, so here I'll say a few words. Like, there is a saying from Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He says, when you see that doomsday has come, in Arabic, Qiyamah, if the Qiyamah has come, if you see the doomsday have started, the plant or the sapling you have in your hand, put it in the ground. You plant it, don't throw it away. When the doomsday has come, why are you doing it? So it is encouraging people to go for plantation. There is another saying, if you cut one, plant three. And there is, I have got very few minutes left, I know. Abu Waqas radiallahu ta'ala anhu was one day making ablution. And during ablution, he was using more water to clean more. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Ya Abu Akkas, water." And then Abu Akkas asked, "Ya Rasulullah, I am doing the ablution." Then Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Even if you are doing ablution in a flowing water, don't spoil sweet water. Don't spoil water." What a teaching! We are told not to spoil water even when going. I mean, you are preparing for the prayer. Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, while going, I mean, sending the army, his personal, I mean, the army of the Muslim state for some war, the instructions he has given to the war command leaders are: don't destroy trees, don't kill the old, the sick, and the children, don't destroy the worship places of other religion. See, don't spoil water. I mean, you will find that all these teachings will take us to a point where we will not become greedy. I mean, our greed can be controlled, and we should not spoil the water, spoil the greeneries, and rather we should, like, there is another hadith where Prophet Muhammad said, don't tear off a leaf of the tree at night, because trees are living. See, what a teaching. If we teach our children, they are not going to what to talk about cutting the tree. They will not even tear off a leaf from the at night. So this way, if we can keep the air clean, if we can keep the water clean, if we can keep our our the hydrocarbon which is there underwater, under the earth, people are extracting because of greed in a too much way. Like people are destroying the hills, but the hills have been said like they are like the nails of the world. Quran says for the stability of the earth, the hills are there, and we are destroying the hills for what? For our own benefit, for our own. We are not thinking about the conservation and reservation of this mother planet. So at this point, I'll finish saying that actually, if we implement Sharia law, means the teachings of Sharia from the Quran and the life of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, I think we can take a route where there will be lesser pollution of the climate, and we will be in a better position from the climate change driven disasters. May Allah help us in understanding these things. And only one last point is the discipline, the morality, the discipline in the family also matters. Discipline in the family, the sexual behavior of human being, these are also, it comes in the conservation of human society. So we must also highlight this point when we are going for this. So thank you very much for, I understand I have taken a little more time. If I could have shown you the slides, I would have also felt comfortable. I'm not, I hope I could convey the message. Thank you very much for patient hearing. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, Colonel Retired Ashraf. You have not taken any more time than you deserve. Your time is perfect. Timing is perfect. Thank you again for opening our eyes to the new perspectives. It's going to make us think when we finish this session, because certain new things have come out from you. You're quite right. We haven't given the thought of those holistic and the spiritual side of it. Now, we will move on to the next speaker. And by the way, have we got any speaker who has come late and who is waiting to speak? Apa, have we got anybody? You named Sabera Islam, Dr. Islam, and
Mahfuzul?
Not coming. She's not
have
coming.
any of them turned up?
No, no. Dr. Sabir Islam is not coming.
Oh,
She won't
okay.
be.
Then we will move on to Dr. Shalam. Shalam. The doctor will move to. Is Dr. Shalam there?
Yes.
Oh, good. Dr.
Yes,
Shalam, yes, Mr. Chairman. May I introduce him?
yes, I'm prepared.
Yes, Dr. Shalam, welcome. Dr. Shalam,
Thank you,
yes,
Mr.
Dr.
Kamal.
Shalam, let me speak a few words about you. Let me tell our distinguished guest that Dr.
Mr. Kamal.
Shalam is presently
Yeah.
working as
Yeah.
professor of psychology. He's presently working as a professor of psychology. After joining Aligarh as a teaching faculty, he was appointed program coordinator of the postgraduate diploma in guidance and counseling at the Center for, sorry, sir. Doctor, would you like to say something?
Mr. Kamal.
Ji.
Mr. Kamal, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
I am Dr. Shalom.
Yes.
You are telling somebody else.
Oh, you are Dr. Shalam.
Somebody else. I'm Dr. Shalom. I'm basically a BUET graduate, MBA, PhD. I was working in a financial institution, and now
Yes.
I am working as Director of Finance of Pakija Group, and I am the Director of Phoenix Finance and Investment Limited.
If you have the wrong CV, I'm not sure. If you have the wrong CV, please, Dr. Shalom, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, he is doing that. Yes, thank you. First, my sincere and deep apology. There has been a mispresentation of the CV. The CV I have is that of, it looks like Mr. Dr. Shalam, but another person, another official. However,
Maybe.
yes,
Maybe.
however, you have been very kind. Would you kindly introduce yourself?
Yeah. I am Dr. Shalom. I am working with PRC as a vice chairman now.
Yes.
I was working in a financial institution as a deputy managing director. Now I am working in a big corporate group, that is Pakija Group, as director of finance. And I am also the director of Phoenix Finance and Investment as a representative director.
Right.
My basic education is a BUET graduate in 72. Then I did my MBA and obtained first class first position. Then I obtained my PhD in management. This is in short.
Okay.
I have prepared a paper for this WCDM conference at the request of Professor Dr. Akbaruddin. I have all regards and best regards and respect to him. He has presented his speech very well. And I also thank him for arranging such an alternative way to be present our speeches in WCDM. It's a great pleasure. So I have made a theoretical paper without any slide. If you allow me, I can read my paper.
Sir, please do. Please do, sir.
Green energy driven economy. It's the topic.
Right.
Should I read it? Then
Yes.
I read it.
Yes,
I will complete in the stipulated time. Okay. The abstract of my paper is the impact of COVID-19 has been devastating on the lives and livelihoods across the world as the economy slowed down. This has reduced emission of carbon dioxide significantly. However, as the economies across the world have started to reopen, carbon dioxide emission has also started to increase. Clearly, with faster pace of economic recovery, carbon emissions will also pick up faster. Therefore, many countries of the world have proposed for green recovery by cutting carbon emission while reviving the economy that becomes the green energy-driven economy. Preamble of my speech, the ongoing economic recession due to coronavirus pandemic has created opportunity for countries to replace the standard growth path created with the green growth. There is a renewed effort in many developed and developing countries to adopt a green recovery path in the backdrop of economic recession due to COVID-19. This is about reviving the economy through investment on green technology, which will not degrade the environment and exhaust natural resources, but will create jobs. The pattern of growth will rely on investment in the environment as a measure driven of economic development. This is opposed to the currently followed growth pattern that destroys environmental resources and emits carbon dioxide. Thus, as countries have planned stimulus packages for economic recovery, global leaders have now called for green recovery. The impact of COVID-19 has been devastating on the lives and livelihoods across the world as the economy slowed down. This has reduced emission of carbon dioxide significantly. However, as the economies across the world have started to reopen, carbon dioxide emission has also started to increase. Clearly, with the faster pace of economic recovery, carbon emissions will also pick up faster. Therefore, many countries have proposed for green recovery by cutting carbon emission while reviving the economy. European Green Deal. Several European countries have put a European Green Deal at the heart of corona recovery efforts. The recovery fund of the European Commission amounts to about US $848 billion so far. This will be invested in coronavirus recovery as well as green programs to create jobs. The European Union announced that 25% of its budget will be reserved for climate action. This is well and good. Denmark's ambition. Denmark has set its ambition to cut carbon emissions by 70% from 1990 levels. It also aims to export clean energy by 2030. Despite coronavirus, the government of Denmark announced its strategy in May 2020 to meet its climate targets, including generation of wind power, carbon capture and storage, improving energy efficiency. The country will also create new jobs by making green investments. Germany has planned a stimulus package worth US $146 billion till June 2020. This package has a number of green plans. About 38% of the stimulus has been allocated for future-friendly Germany. It aims for energy transmission for as a sustainable path. UK government efforts. The UK government has also taken initiative to explore green recovery by establishing 5 working groups who will evaluate recovery measures. China and South Korea's plan. Among the Asian countries, China and South Korea have taken major plans towards green economic recovery. China has introduced the new infrastructure concept, which include low carbon transport, 5G and ultra high voltage electric transmission, and the country has made a 6-year plan during 2020 to 25 for a low carbon stimulus package amounting to US $1.4 trillion. It may be recalled that China's stimulus package amounted to US $586 billion during the global financial crisis in 2008-9. Of these, about US $221 billion was for green investment. This is encouraging. South Korea has announced this as Green New Deal climate plan to revive its economy from COVID-19. The country plans to invest US $10.8 billion by 2020 through this deal to boost green energy sector and create thousands of jobs. Under this new plan, the country will reduce its dependence on coal and increase renewable energy production to 20% by 2030. During GFC in 2008 to 9, about 80% of the Korean stimulus package was allocated for green projects and create about 1 million jobs and environmentally friendly fields. In the past, during the GFC in 2008 and 9, several countries provided stimulus packages for investment in engineering structure, green structure, such as public transport, energy efficient public buildings, renewable energy, smart grids, water and sanitation pollution, control green technology, investment and green research and development. Unfortunately, carbon emission after the GFC went back to the pre-GFC period. Investment in traditional infrastructure and increase in consumption resulted in high carbon dioxide emission and air pollution. At present, while green plans are being laid out among with stimulus packages, many contradictory policies are also being pursued parallelly. One of the most harmful, as well as debate done, the subsidy on fossil fuels. In recent proposal for corona recovery, though the European Union is expected to exclude investments in high polluting infrastructure, there are concerns. Those maybe include spending fossil fuel. South Korea, on the other hand, has kept total allocation from its economic relief package for the polluting industries such as aviation and shipbuilding. China will rely on coal for economic recovery, which has created concern among environmentalists. So countries will have to make their commitments firm and transparent if they really want to follow a green path. It has been estimated that the removal of fossil fuel subsidized in emerging and developing countries will not only reduce global greenhouse gas emission, but 10% by 2050, but also increase efficiency of these economies. Initiative and allocation to be taken by Bangladesh. Bangladesh is the worst victim of climate change. Given the massive and widespread nature of the impact, there should be initiatives at the national level. This will mostly be in areas of strategizing, planning, and designing efforts to combat the negative impact of climate change, and also in resources allocation for the cause. Bangladesh also has to adopt a green economic path in order to reduce the burden of future environmental costs. It can make a great gradual shift towards green growth through investment in the environment for economic recovery and sustainable growth, decent job creation, and poverty reduction. There can be a number of areas for investment to adopt a green growth policy in the context of Bangladesh. These include green infrastructure, such as energy efficient buildings, green energy generation, such as solar energy, energy saving measures for housing, water management, water desalination, treatment of water, wastewater, solid waste infrastructure to support clean water, secure alternative water resources, such as the rainwater, coastal area development and management, reforestation, environment related research and development, public transport, railways, food and bike paths. A list of fiscal measures may be included: tax incentives for investments on energy efficient building, support for energy efficient bulbs, fiscal benefits for installation of solar panels in private buildings, low interest rate for loans to support low carbon technologies, tax rebate for environmentally friendly cars, measures to increase energy efficiency in industry and agriculture, allocation for protected areas and cultural heritage, support for environmental research and development. Bangladesh's stimulus package to deal with the impact of COVID-19 amounts to about 4% of its gross domestic product. However, there is only an insignificant stimulus for green recovery. The central bank has doubled the size of its refinancing scheme from 200 crore to 400 crore for entrepreneurs who intend to take green projects. Apart from this, no other distinct allocation has been made for green recovery. In fact, large entrepreneurs which are eligible to receive loans from banks at a lower interest rate may well include the polluting industry. This requires close monitoring of the environment authorities. Though Bangladesh is a negligible emitter of carbon dioxide, it should plan for a greener economy to prepare for the future. And now is the time when fiscal measures are being undertaken to build back the economy. বন্ধ করে দিচ্ছে বন্ধ করছে আমাকে
No, sir, please carry on. Please carry on.
Thank you.
Very good.
Sorry.
Thank
Yeah, well done.
Dr. Shalam, may I please take this opportunity to thank you very much. You worked hard to make this paper, and you presented it so well. You cited examples from European Denmark down to China and South Korea. And
I am known to you. I am known to Professor Dr. Abdul. I am with the very good society and think tank society. I am proud.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm sure the government of Bangladesh will take serious note of your paper. You made very specific suggestions. Thank you very much, sir, again.
Thank you.
We will now move on to our, perhaps he's the last speaker. We'll move on to Dr. Sajid Hossain. Dr. Sajid Hossain is one of the very young members of PRC. He is a medical and health sector professional, and he has a number of years of service in that profession, where he has dedicated himself to provide service to the aged, the disabled, and the children. May I please invite Dr. Hossain to come and present his paper.
Thank you very much, sir. Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Wa alaikum salam.
Thank you very much, our honorable chairman, sir, Dr. Professor Akbuddin, sir, and all the member of PRC and WCDM. I'm presenting my paper. I'm sharing my screen. Okay. I'm presenting my paper, Finance for Building Resilience to Disaster. Abstract. Disaster is the name of the listed damage to a society or community. Disaster are two types, one man-made and another natural disaster. Disaster management is closely related to finance. The effect of financial loss due to the disasters can be seen in the different part of the society, such as the social development of the children and adolescents and old age, and the development of the women, poverty alleviation this is hampered by the financial losses. It is very important to provide highly trained manpower to guide and assist the affected people after the disaster. The way social development is hampered by the disaster. Disaster often causes severe damage to social resources such as roads, bridges, school, college, hospital, factories, and religious institutions. Each of which is deeply involved in our social life. it shows that a large part of the per capita income to fix all this development. Many times it is seen that financial losses disrupt the administrative system and local government system. It is take a long time to recover from the effect of its disaster. The way children development is hampered. Natural disasters such as a normal life are disrupted, and children's physical development is disrupted. In the same way, man-made disaster can severely affect a children's physical development as well as his psychological development. All this due to the financial losses. It can be seen later the children become violent and in the next life due to the effect. Children and adolescents in poor areas are more likely to the affected. Among them, school-going students are the most affected because it's take a long time to recover from this loss. When they can't go to school or learn anything,
Thank you.
engaging in anti-social activity. The effect of which is social degradation and lack of the well-educated population, lack of access to safe drinking water and nutrition food in poor areas as well as in rich areas has led to malnutrition in children. The problems of the elderly due to the disaster. That old age increase a person's physical weakness and make normal human activities difficult. When the whole world becomes helpless in times of disaster, this old helpless beloved comes even more helpless. In the case of elderly people, our pattern of helpless during disaster is seen to be excessive. Their food, clothing, shelter, and medical treatment are all disrupted. There is a lack of clean drinking water and sanitation anywhere. As a result, waterborne diseases affect the elderly because their immunity is very weak. During disaster, proper treatment is often not possible. The way women developments is hampered by the effect of disaster. When every sector of the society is financially renewed due to disaster, the effect of the loss on women is not excluded. Pregnant women, working women, and housewives are all affected by the disaster, increased infant mortality, birth defects, all due to maternal malnutrition. Through extraordinary contribution to the workplace, men as women continue to play a major role of the economy. In many places, it is seen that the only sources of income of the family is a woman when everything outside the mill, factory, hospital, office, court, everything is closed due to disaster. At that time, women also had to work hard to support their families. It is also seen that the many women entrepreneurs lost their hard-earned organization or business goods, and they suffer financially and emotionally. The way disaster affect poverty alleviation, disaster of any kind, be they man-made or natural, have the greatest impact of on the poor. Where 70% of the world's 6.5 million people live below the poverty line. How much a financial impact could a disaster have? Yes, a big problem. Every working person becomes unemployed. Every developing sector becomes undeveloped and hindered. All kinds of disaster cause a lot of damage to farm. due to which is the export of agricultural products is hampered due to the loss of production capacity of the agricultural countries. There are developing countries like Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Pakistan. ISARC countries feel this loss more, due to which is food crisis is seen all over the world. Sometimes famines occur. Poverty alleviation is greatly hampered as a result of the financial shortage caused by the disaster. The way we can overcome the financial shortage caused by all kinds of disaster. Financing is the most important part of the disaster management. The reasons is that all the effect of the disaster are directly or indirectly on the financing. It is very important to prepare in advance for the country. Firstly, we need highly trained volunteer, including doctor, psychiatrist, physical labor, who will deal with any disaster immediately. Those who will work on the rapidly affected post-disaster population and make them functional by providing assistance and guidance, and prevent economic disruption. Every country should have its own systems like the United Nations, for which there will be a separated fund. Although developed countries can recover from this loss quickly, it is not easy to underdeveloped countries. Therefore, it is very important for them to take action in advance. Only financially proper can do disaster management. Natural disasters do more harm to our society than man-made disasters do. Natural disaster can only financial losses or loss of life, and it is temporary. But man-made disaster can also lead loss to loss of life and money, as well as psychological impact on survivors, including the birth of a disabled child and an impact on future generation. Thank you for invitation and allowance my papers.
Well done.
Thank you very much, Sajid. Thank you again. Your paper is, thank you for presenting. You presented quite well, and you have shown us the importance of women and how important the finance is. Okay. We have almost come to an end of this session. And Apa, may I please check with you? Have all been presented?
Kamal Bhai, Mr. Mahfouz is here.
Okay.
Yes.
So we can have his paper.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. Great.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Mahfouz, may I please invite you, if you be kind to come and please give us a brief introduction of yourself and then present your paper. Dr. Mahfouz?
Mahfouzul Haq. Sayyid Mahfouzul Haq.
Dr.
Sayyid
Mahfouzul Haq, please. Dr. Mahfouzul Haq, please.
Cannot hear us?
His paper is towards green and inclusive recovery. Sayyid Mahfouzul Haq.
Sayyid Mahfouzul Haq.
Yes.
Towards green recovery.
Yes.
Okay. How are you, brother?
Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
I could make it. I've just arrived.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Welcome all present here. And my topic is towards green and inclusive recovery.
Right.
First of all, I would like to say what is green recovery and why does it matter?
Right.
Green recovery is a widely adopted name for a proposed package of environmental, regulatory, and fiscal reforms to recover prosperity after COVID-19 pandemic. OECD data shows that only 17% of the COVID-19 recovery investments funds have been allocated to green recovery as of March 2021. The pandemic has made these last few months crawl by like years. Right now, even as life is somewhere beginning to look more recognizable, millions remain out of work, millions more continue to struggle with the challenges of having to do their jobs from home. Everybody is wondering what comes next. A lot of people just wish things could get back to normal. But is normal actually what we want? Normal was exposed by pandemic to be riddled with inequalities and injustice. Normal taught us the climate crisis. We can do better than normal. We have an opportunity both here in Bangladesh and around the world to build a better future, to create a new economy and a new normal. We can join in calling for an economic recovery that puts people and the planet first, a green recovery that will help us come back better and stronger than we were before. What exactly does green recovery mean? The coronavirus has hit the world economy hard. The world and Bangladesh have all suffered historic declines. Governments are pledging to rebuild again to create jobs, spark growth, repair the damage done. The question is, what will our rebuilt economy look like? Will it favor polluting industries and corporations, or will it instead center the environment, equality, and justice? A green recovery focuses on policies and solutions that will benefit people and the planet for years and years to come. Safeguarding the environment through protecting ecosystems and fighting the climate crisis is a big part. Through protecting ecosystem is a big part, but so is investing in clean energy jobs, ensuring everyone's health, safety, and civil rights, and prioritizing climate justice. A green recovery focuses on policies and solutions that will benefit people and the planet for years and years to come. Safeguarding the environment through protecting ecosystems and fighting the climate crisis is a big part of it. But so is investing in clean energy, jobs, ensuring everyone's health, safety, and civil rights, and prioritizing climate justice. Historically, both in Bangladesh and abroad, our most vulnerable communities have suffered the most from air pollution and many other environmental impacts of industrialization. The same is true when it comes to climate change. As we transition to be a strong and sustainable clean energy future, we have to ensure that no one is left behind, that the people least responsible for the crisis are not hurt the most by it. We can do this, but we are running out of time. Why it matters? According to a recent report, the effects of climate changes are likely to be worse than once thought. What makes the extra unsettling is that we already knew it was going to be pretty bad. We are talking about sea levels, fishing rising more dramatically, heat waves becoming even more unbearable, extreme weather getting more and more extreme. We must limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees centigrade, and it will make decisive action and bold leadership to make it happen. Which is why this moment matters so much. We have an unprecedented opportunity to do things in a new way, to learn from our mistakes and build our successes and come back better, greener, and more resilient. Our government must make choices today that will strengthen our communities. And we think this is quite an important point: preserve a habitable planet. The choices we make to avoid worst effects of climate crisis, we have to act now. That is why Climate Coalition's Green Recovery Plan prioritizes climate justice, number one. Our most vulnerable communities are being hit the hardest by climate change and need help. They need housing, healthcare, and jobs. Justice, equality must be at the heart of our transition to be clean energy economy. And we have to make sure that no one is left behind. Clean energy. We must dramatically increase investments in renewables, clean energy, infrastructure, and divest entirely from polluting industries, as in the UK pushes the net zero goals. We should focus on things like building energy efficient homes and offices and modernizing public transportation. Sustainable jobs. Deepening our commitment to clean energy will result in the creation of new future-proof jobs all over the world. But the transition is to the new economy will not be easy for everyone. Local training and education programs will be key. The environment, restoring ecosystems, supporting sustainable food and farming, ensuring that all people have access to nature are a huge part of fighting the climate crisis and helping people to survive, thrive. There is a lot more, and it makes sense. Get the details here. Let's make it happen. The scores of companies and organizations across the world is calling for a green recovery. We know it can happen here as well. Just look at how other countries of the world, they were pushing ahead with ambitious green recovery programs of their own. The world, particularly UK and UA, overwhelmingly supports the green recovery, with nearly 75% saying that this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to tackle climate change, and yet they continues to speak only vaguely about sustainability. That's the last para. That's why it is up to us to keep the pressure on. Let's create a new normal Bangladesh, and world, let's protect the people and the planet we love, not only in a better, more just and resilient world possible. It is within each. Make sure our leaders hear our voice and stand with us. I can conclude my deliberation wishing all the participants a corona-free health. God bless all. Khuda Hafiz.
Sir, Dr. S.M. Mahfuzul Haq, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I'm S.M. Mahfuzul. I'm not doctor.
Okay. All right, sir.
Brother Akbar.
Okay, brother Akbar. You're Mr. Mahfuzul Haq. Yes, I'm sure you made a lot of points in your paper, and I'm sure the government will take note of that, and the policymakers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We are nearly to the end of this session, and I would like to thank.
I had another paper to present: resilience of maritime trade.
Yes.
We'll start the next session now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let us start the second session.
Yes, please do. Please do.
Shall I?
Would you be presenting it now?
Shall I carry on?
Colonel Ashraf is the moderator, and the keynote presenter is Mr. Mahfuzul Haq. He is going to talk on resilience of maritime trade. Okay, sir? Mr. Mahfuzul Haq.
Okay.
So he's the shipping expert for the rest of the guys, and he's the advisor of PRC.
Welcome all present in this session. My topic is resilience of maritime trade. I'm basically connected.
Excuse me, please. Shall we take a break, because this is the second session, and if you are all tired, you want to take a break?
Oh, sure. I don't mind. Okay.
At least 5 minutes.
Sir,
As,
Akbar, sir. 10 minutes
Thank
break?
you.
as you allow, brother, as you allow.
Okay, so after 10 minutes, we come back and Dr. Colonel Ashraf will lead the session. He's going to moderate the session.
Okay.
Colonel Ashraf will moderate the session and Mr. Mahfuzul Haq will be the keynote speaker. Okay.
Okay,
So
sir.
let's take a break for 10 minutes and come back in exactly 10 minutes. What's the time now? 30:58. So 68:08, I think.
It is.
Yeah, I agree.
It is 10 o'clock Malaysian time.
The break has started. এখন আপনার
Right.
সাথে আমি একটু কথা বলি।
Hmm.
কথাটা হচ্ছে এই আমি অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমরা যদি 8টা 8 মিনিটে শুরু করি তো আমার তো মনে হয় 8:30টার মধ্যে শেষ হয়ে যাওয়ার কথা।
ওকে।
হবে? আমরা তো কিন্তু এখানে দিয়ে কিছু দেরি করে ফেললাম। আমার একটু ইয়ে আছে। আপনি কি আমাকে একটু হেল্প করবেন? আমি প্রথম দিকে ইয়ে করলাম around 8:30 or 8:45 I will leave. আপনি বাকিটা একটু কন্টাক্ট করবেন।
Just keep the phone open, yes. Because it will absolutely take 40 minutes.
ঠিক আছে আপা?
Okay, well, if you want to leave, we have another session after this. And you're the moderator.
না আপনি বুঝেন নাই আমার কথা। আমি বলছি যে we will start next wonderful experts on these subjects. And the keynote paper will be presented by Mr. Syed Muhammad Mahfuzul Haq. Mr. Mahfuzul Haq is the chairman of Hollister Private Limited. He's the managing director and CEO of Sea Wave Logistics. He's the chairman of MMSI Consultant. He's the chairman of Nawab Faizul Nisa Foundation. There are a lot more. Still, I can't stop the temptation of mentioning it. Former general manager of Bangladesh Shipping Corporation, former director of One Bank Limited. He's the former vice chairman, Shippers of Bangladesh. He former executive director, HRC Shipping Limited. Former secretary general, Bangladesh Ocean Going Ship Owners Association. Former co-chairman, Standing Committee of Ports and Shipping, FBCCI and DCCI. I think, yeah. So with a lot of feathers on his cap, I think Syed Mahfuzul Haq is a wonderful personality, and I now invite him for the presentation. And the time is 10 minutes. Please.
Shall I start, brother?
Yes,
sir.
brother.
Okay.
It is your time.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Our present topic is resilience of maritime trade. The context. Maritime trade is indispensable for global growth and prosperity. Around 80% of the world trade by volume and more than 70% by value is seaborne. UNTAD 2020. This includes raw materials, manufactured goods, components, food, energy, and vital medical supplies. The maritime sector is also the heart of trade and economic activity for the Commonwealth. This is partly attributable to favorable geography. Commonwealth member countries span. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Activity of Commonwealth. This is partly attributable to favorable geography. Commonwealth member countries span all over the world's major ocean basins, and majority of 54 countries grouping are coastal states of small island developing states, SIDS, with sea access. Furthermore, many Commonwealth countries have invested significantly in the development of their port activity, port capacity, and this is reflected in a stellar performance historically. The Commonwealth has about 1/5 of the world's major seaports, 18 of which are in the Lloyd's list of top 100 container ports. Okay.
Great.
The maritime sector at the heart of the trade activity for the Commonwealth. This is partly attributable to favorable geography, Commonwealth member states span all over the world's major ocean basins. The majority of 54 member country grouping are coastal states of small developing states. The total container traffic through Commonwealth ports was about 140 million TEUs, and over threefold increase were 2000 in spite of slowdown recorded after the global financial crisis. However, the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic has severely affected maritime trade, shipping, with seaports that connect Commonwealth countries to each other and to the world markets. Global ship calls fell by 8.3% in the first 24 weeks of 2020. The demand for container ship fell by 5.8%, and cruise ships ceased operation in the initial stage of the pandemic. In a bid to safeguard the health of crew, passengers, to ensure business could continually, port operators and shipping companies adjusted their operations in line with containment measures. In some instances, port closures were ordered to avoid its further spread. The sector showed initial signs of recovery for the third quarter of 2020, suggesting a positive outlook for the world trade. Despite the possible rebound, pre-pandemic headwinds, some of which are were further exacerbated by pandemic. A trade and diplomatic conflict between China and the United States, rising the protectionism and shifting debate around nearshoring and configuration of supply chains pose challenges to the outlook of the maritime trade. Keeping ships moving and ports operational is vital to global response efforts, especially in facilitating of supply, medicine, International Chamber of Shipping 2020, while adjustment to the pandemic and learning to live, and it may be in sight in many countries. Recent hike in freight rates triggered by shortage of containers and increased demands for goods not addressed. There is one echo sound.
Yeah, somebody should please unmute your. I'm requesting somebody else. Unmute. Yeah, please, Mahfouz, go ahead.
Yeah, recent hike rates triggered by the shortage of containers and increased demand for goods is a cause of concern. If not addressed, the sharp rise in transport cost, which are key components of trade cost, could delay and derail economy efforts, especially in developing and vulnerable economies. Enhance green operation. There is a need to enhance green port operation to protect the marine environment and promote sustainable trade for future. Against the backdrop, the International Trade Working Paper focuses on recent patterns of maritime trade-led growth in the Commonwealth and explores the implications of the pandemic for shipping and seaborne trade. A unique feature of the research is the distilling of a variety of data sources to promote comprehensive mapping of maritime trade patterns.
Sir, you have got another 2 minutes to finish.
Well, I have done half of it.
Please go ahead.
So anyway,
Go ahead.
I'm going with the, okay. Despite this rapid growth, the majority of member states has low capacity and often outdated port infrastructure, which results in increased logistic cost, reduced competitive edge in international trade, and diminished opportunities to avail benefits of backward and forward linkages in port investments. The extent knowledge and country references causes indicate that port infrastructure investment produces multi-dimensional and wide-ranging impacts. These include an acceleration in economic growth, reduced logistics costs, and efficient, seamless transportation of goods, generation of backward and forward linkages, effects with value and job creation, an influx of foreign capital into free trade zone on logistic distribution center adjacent to container ports, the growth of maritime clusters, port city, interface platforms, and waterfront port. If you allow me, I can just go through the headings only.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Global container maritime volume. Global container maritime volume, which declined in 2020 due to COVID-19, is expected to gradually recover from 2021 with an annual average growth of 5.8% until 2025 and 4.6% by 2030. The global port volume is estimated to reach 1076 million TEUs in 2025 and 1213 million in 2030. The Asia Pacific region accounts for more than 70% and is expected to lead the development of global shipping and ports in future. The growth of container throughput in the Asia Pacific region is mainly led by East Asia, ASEAN, India, subcontinent, and share of growth rate of landlocked countries and the Pacific Island countries is lower than that of other sub-regions. Ports in Asia Pacific region are subject to national policies that aim not only to efficiently handle with increasing cargo volume, but also to foster the ports as a base for economic development, social integration, environmental protection. Growing ships size is one of the key drivers behind the call of transition to sustainable, safe, and smart port and Asia Pacific. Growth of large container vessels lowered operation cost through economies of scale. The growing size of container ships has resulted in lowering of ships' operation costs through economies of scale, integration of container transport, supply chains to help coordination efforts among shippers, liners and inland transport carriers, and terminal operators, both vertically and horizontally. Reduction in gas emissions per TEU. However, larger container ships, when operating in association with shipping strategic alliances, can create an enormous financial burden on port authorities or terminal operators who are required to install new container equipments, upgrade technology, and where necessary, undertake dredging to impose access to the port. Larger container ships weakened the negotiating power of the port authorities. In addition, the need to accommodate larger ships has weakened the negotiating owner power of the port authorities with the shipping lines. On the other hand, small and medium-sized ports have limited notice except to become feeder ports as the key hub ports due to their inability to accommodate existing large mother vessels, prices, and policy change of liner carriers fleet development. 6GP, sixth generation, will be future increased capacity to tackle disruptions of COVID-19. A future port model for the sixth generation ports, and namely 35 port for sustainable, safe, and a smart port, is proposed to increase the capabilities to tackle not only major disruptions such as pandemics, but also harmony between port and the city, social welfare planning, flow of economies. The 6GP will embrace digital transformation through the adoption, real-time connection, advanced information technologies, including Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, blockchain, big data, and soft computing to become more agile, lean, customer-centric, community-oriented, and large and energy efficient. A short-term agenda for improving port infrastructure. Short-term agenda and tasks for improving port infrastructure in Asia and Pacific have been proposed to tackle current challenges in port logistics in the region. A set of recommendations and policy guidelines are also provided to assist stakeholders and include donor and host countries, private sector, and UNESCAP to help improve decision making on port infrastructure investment, port governance, port development, and policy drivers. As installation of alternative maritime power for small and government-owned vessels and harbor services causes the recommended to the developing countries to reduce greenhouse emissions in a port to response to International Maritime Organization 2020 sulfur cap legislation. The installation of AMP is one of the feasible short-term projects in collaboration with donors countries. Education in container port management and operation. Education and training program in container port management operation need to be systematically designed and offered to staff prior to the commencement of container port construction, having considered restrictions of people mobility caused by COVID-19 pandemic. UNESCAP should play a leading role in developing to develop online training and education programs. Furthermore, the member states of UNESCAP should offer incentive to trainees to successfully complete the program to help deal with skills shortages, issues, talent, retention, workforce satisfaction. This would be introduced as a short-term project in collaboration with the donor countries and UNESCAP. Online.
President, I think there are many other speakers now.
I'm just reading the headlines. On long-term term sustainable education. Then we have central government to plan leading role to implement container port development. Policy recommendation for sustainable resilient port development. If you allow me, I can read this paragraph.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, you got to finish within next 1 minute. We got to manage time, and thank you for your wonderful paper. Please finish it within the next 1 minute.
And UNTAD to implement developing countries evidence-based maritime policies and strategies. Well, I conclude, before concluding my direction, I wish best of corona-free health to all participants. God bless all. Khuda Hafiz.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I had almost finished it, but I just.
Thank you so much. This is for the information of my friends here.
No.
Mr. Mahfuzul Haq, he is the Honorable Advisor of the Policy Research Centre. He is a shipping expert here. Thank you so much.
In fact, I was given the impression that I will get 25 minutes time, but it has been reduced. So I had to.
Just 10 minutes. I don't know who said 25 minutes.
No, initially when.
That's okay. But I understand that this sort of paper demands at least one complete hour. But you know, our webinar has got time limitations. However, you have been given extra concession by the Honorable Chairman himself.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very well-researched paper. If you share it with PRC, we'll be grateful to you.
Thank you very much, and you can go through the rest of my headline.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mahfuzul Haq. Now we are going to have the presentation from Mr. Mehbubur Rahman. Mr. Mehbubur Rahman is MA first class second position in order of merit, and BA second class first position in order of merit, both from Karachi University. He attended numerous technical and managerial training and seminars at home and abroad as part of his professional career. He in his professional life, he started his career in Dhaka University as the lecturer of political science and international law from 74 to 76. Then he joined the Bank of Credit and Commerce International in 1976. In 1981, he was, in 82, he was transferred to the international cadre of the bank, and he was relocated in the Asia Pacific regional headquarters of the bank in Hong Kong. And then he worked as a freelance bank training consultant from 91 to 93. He joined and worked as the country head of human resources management for Standard Chartered Bank in Bangladesh. And he worked with, as the head of human resources in Transcom Electronics, previously known as Philips Bangladesh. And his very long credential. He is a very senior banker and still working. He has from 2003 to 2006, he served in Commercial Bank of Ceylon. And now he is continuing as the banking consultant. He is the founder of the Bangladesh Society of Human Resource Management and was the first president. So I will now invite Mr. Mahbub for his presentation. The time is 8 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You are loud and clear. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. আমাকে প্রথমে বলে নিতে হবে যে আমাকেই বোধহয় এখন resilient হতে হবে, because a lot of time seems to have been overstressed. I have many new good points. So I will initially, before I start, I will ask for some extra few minutes because there are some points which needs to be heard. Initially, after thanking Mr. Akbaruddin, I will, in this short time, I'll highlight few points which I strongly feel is very important for maritime activity. The ocean needs to be managed for the global good of all nations and not only for the few superpowers. It is a common universal resource. With that, I will come to Mr. Ashraf Din when he mentioned that Bangladesh faces a climate crisis by means of sea level rise. According to one World Bank report, by the year 2070, 1/4 of Bangladesh may be underwater, which is basically the south. What happens to the people who live there? They will have to move out to three-fourths of the land, and the land cannot take that pressure. That being said, let me say that maritime challenges, Mr. Mahfuzul Haq has given a wonderful and a brilliant background of maritime trade. He has touched the core issues. My job now would be to deliver some of the peripheral issues, and which may be linked with those issues by Mr. Haq. We are now moving to a new normal, which to me is really from pandemic to endemic stage, and we are going to remain in that endemic phase for quite a long time under the new normal. So the word maritime embraces the following: offshore and onshore. When we say offshore, I mean on high seas as well as on board the vessel, the ship. And onshore, by that I mean port and other facilities directly linked with offshore facilities. That being said, so what does resilience mean? Actually, we are talking of resilience. Resilience basically, and simply put, means the ability to recover from a difficult situation. And that is what we are going to talk about. Ability to recover from a difficult situation. The points that I'm going to just fly over because of paucity of time. I would love to have discussed this in full volume, but because of the paucity, I'll just go over some of the points which you might find interesting. I will touch a little bit on each point and 1 or 2 sentences on each, so that instead of 8 minutes, I may go to 10 or 12 minutes. Number one, the entire maritime trade, when we discuss it, we got to see the changing geopolitical factors affecting maritime commerce. Geopolitical factors, and I'll talk about that. There's a question of global power dominance of the vast stretches of the ocean, power dominance by the global powers, which affects developing nations. I think as a developing nation, we have to raise our voice. We cannot be meek and sit down and watch the developed countries dictating, because it's a common resource. Then commercial implication of those power plays. What are the commercial implication of US-China? What is the commercial implication of South China Sea? Identifying emerging and potential maritime risks. Emerging maritime risks, which we have not seen as yet. Human resource personnel involved in managing these risks, and I call that KYE, know your employee. Every company in this maritime business has to know their employee. And I'm saying this, and I'll later on touch on this, because of widespread global corruption, why employees' background is important. Cyber technology, vulnerabilities, and the risk factor in transport industry, reasons for those potential risks. What are those risks and what are the reasons? Protection against extreme weather and how it affects trade and commerce. When we talk of maritime risks, emerging hotspots are already there. You look at the Eastern Mediterranean, it's very volatile at the moment, with gas and oil reserves, commercial and naval. I think there's an echo. I think there's an echo. Echo. Someone has to stop. Unmute. Eastern Mediterranean, you have common commercial naval vessels, military drills. Then you have Chinese and Russian naval bases in Sudan, Ethiopia, and then of course you have the migrant traffic. Now this, don't look at this in isolation. This has to be taken together with the maritime thing. South China Sea dispute, overlapping claims by various states, other areas. Where are the disputes? Arabian Sea, Madagascar, Crimea. Then you have another problem of sanctioning of vessels. When you talk of maritime commerce, sanctioning of vessels, especially oil for Iran, Venezuela, North Korea, Syria, and evading sanctions, American sanctions being evaded on the high seas. Increasing power of terrorism, Singapore, Malacca Strait, Gulf of Guinea, Africa, West Coast. These are all areas where maritime dangers are there. And how do you overcome those dangers? And then opening of new shipping lanes and trade and military implications. When you talk of military lanes, look at a new navigation channel which is opening up in the North Pole side, the Arctic Sea lanes between Asia and Europe. Can you imagine the amount of cargo that will go through those lanes between Europe and Asia? And from Asia, China, it will go over the North Pole to Europe. That is a new, with the melting ice, this navigation in this traffic, how hazardous it is. And along with that, along the entire route, it only takes a man, a vision to understand that there will be naval military bases along the route of both China, Russia, and United States. That's what. The route is geopolitically contested. The entire another new route through Alaska. Then vessel tracking and trade compliance is an important issue. The other area that I would like to just go over, because I don't have much time to explain, is cyber technology. Identify cyber vulnerabilities in maritime trade. Mr. Mahfuzul Haq has given a wonderful, brilliant presentation of the core issues. What I'm trying to do is trying to dress it up with other peripheral issues which might affect this trade. I'm not interested right now that the number game of this and that, of container traffic, that's all understood. That's all taken. Cyber-dependent technology for navigation, cyber-dependent technology for communication, cyber-dependent technology for engineering, for cargo, for ballast, for safety, and for environmental control. These are all technologically done. Maybe they may be affected by attacks, not necessarily conventional attacks, by cyber attacks. Cyber risk affecting the maritime industry. What are the cyber risks? I think we haven't.
I think please mute. Put your system to mute.
Mr. Rafiq, I think you have to mute it.
Yeah, please mute your system. Professor Awal.
Now, what are the cyber risks affecting the maritime industry? Briefly, I'll say risk on board the vessel and risk off board the vessel during the transit time, when the vessel travels from ports of loading to ports of unloading, ports of destination. What are those risks, maritime risks? All those are part of that what Mr. Mahfouz has said. Risk on board the vessel between the port authorities. Can you imagine if there's a total blackout between the shore and the offshore, between the communication, what happens? It's just like air traffic controllers. You can take the case of Malaysian Airlines 370, which disappeared in the Indian Ocean. When the transponder was just changed and the ship just dived down, aircraft just dived down, MH70. That can happen to a ship as well. How it can happen? It all affects the employees. I'm going to come to that. Obsolete and unsupported operating system, outdated, missing antivirus system on board the vessel and onshore, antivirus, software, and protection from malware, inadequate security configuration, including ineffective network management. Many times, the network fails. We say that the server is not operating, server is not supporting, because that network management is very important. Who are these people behind this network management? Have we seen their background? Do they have any malified intention of doing something? You see, the area I'm entering into is, we all talk of good things. My job is to point out the vulnerabilities. Okay, network configuration on board the ship, safety of critical equipment connected with the shore, on board the ship connected with the shore, inadequate access control, including contractors and internet service providers. You have to know your employee. Who are your captains? Who are your crews? Who is the engine master? Who takes care of everything? Ships go missing on the high seas with high value cargo. Why does it go missing? The registered flag of the vessel is changed on the high sea. The name of the vessel is changed on the high sea. Engine numbers are changed on the high sea. And that's why these Interpol get very active. There was a case, a ship was traveling with full cargo from Japan to Hong Kong, and after it left Hong Kong, it was supposed to go to Singapore. But after it sailed out of Hong Kong waters, the ship disappeared. And for 4 years it disappeared. And the goods that were on board were found in Chile, in South America, totally sold. So these are maritime dangers. It's okay, we have containers, but are we talking, if we're talking of maritime resilience, this is what I'm talking about, resilience. And then on both that, then you come to risk factors affecting transport industries, geographical threats, melting ice and floating icebergs, mysterious spots underwater, shallow depth. Suddenly, a dead volcano below the water starts erupting, and the waves are very high. What happens? Have you thought of that? There are underwater volcanoes which are dead, which might erupt because of tectonic shifts. We just can't talk of ships going up and down. That is why I thought I would make these points very clear, that we have to go more deep. I'm not numbers are all right, but I'm not interested that much in numbers and process. Everything will be looked after, but there are emerging and hidden dangers. Technological shortcomings. Complete technological check prior to departure. Complete. Who are these people checking? Everything on the equipment. The ship has to travel 3 weeks. Navigation of equipment and loss of cargo. So what are the reasons for this potential risk? Exhaustion of crew, loss of sleep, fatigue. The crew has been working overtime, failure to follow procedures, SOP, medication. Does any crew member take drugs? Are they affected by drugs? And that's why I was saying that human resource at every step of this of maritime is very important. No, we cannot identify 100% ভালো পাবেন না কোনো জায়গায়, but 70%, 80% ভালো চেক করে তো নিতে হবে, হাই ভ্যালু কার্গো যাচ্ছে। Periodic inspection to ensure safety and better performance.
Sir, you have to close down because you have already taken 13 minutes. You wanted 12 minutes. I'm sorry,
Okay.
you got to close down, sir.
আমাকে আর 1 মিনিট দেন।
Mahbub, may
Sorry.
I request, this is a very interesting paper. If we can pass on your paper, then Mahfuzul Haq, the advisor, his paper, we are going to print them. We're going to compile them in a book form and then launch. Very interesting papers. Thank you so much.
Okay, I have 3 points, but anyway, একটু আমাকে 5 মিনিট দিবেন, বাংলাদেশের implications বলে নিই, just 5 minutes or 2 minutes.
Sir, you are given just 2 minutes to finish.
Okay,
please.
Okay.
You
আমি
can't be
এখন
given 5
বলি
minutes, sir.
এতগুলি ডেঞ্জার হলে আপনার বাংলাদেশের cost of imports and cost of exports goes up. There's a transshipment danger. What happens to the cost of to the importer, to the exporter? Then at the end of the day, I'll finish by saying I have many things to say. Maybe we need to look into marine insurance, revisit them, law of the sea, revisit them, change them if necessary in the light of emerging threats. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Excellent presentation. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mahbub Rahman. You have wonderful presentation. I understand that it is well researched and it is very important one. We are sorry that we could not do justice to you and could not give much time, but already you have taken about 15 minutes. But we got the essence that it is a good paper. Please send it to share it with PRC.bd because we have got our web page. It will be published there, and as the chairman has said, it will be published in a printed form, inshallah.
Yeah,
So
I would appreciate if the time can be managed better in future. Otherwise, these are points. If I cannot present it, it gets demotivated.
yes, sir,
Thank you.
this is true. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
So
you.
now at this stage, I am going to invite Mr. Jainuddin Khan. Mr. Jainuddin Khan has began his career as a tea taster and blender with Brook Bond in Pakistan in 1966. He is a very senior person and spent decades in the tea industry, both locally and internationally at different levels, including most senior positions. Besides Pakistan, he worked in Chittagong, my city. He worked in Chittagong for 5 years. At present, he works as a freelance consultant with different companies, which normally we do not find among our old people. He has got, interestingly, a second career in psychotherapy and counseling. And at this old age, he in 2010 got qualified with a diploma in integrative counseling. Wonderful. He is a Bachelor of Arts from Karachi University. He stays in Pakistan, but his childhood was in Dhaka, and he was the classmate of our chairman in Professor Dr. Akbaruddin Ahmed in St. Gregory's High School, Dhaka. So with a lot of respect and affection, I invite Mr. Jainuddin Khan for his presentation. But again, I got to, as a moderator, I got to say the unpleasant word that your timing is only 8 minutes. Please.
Thank you. Chairman Professor Akbaruddin Ahmed, members of the PRC Bangladesh, distinguished speakers and honorable guests. Assalamu alaikum and good evening. The paper is on resilience of maritime trade and Pakistan. About 5,000 years ago, first major trade routes were formed between modern India and Pakistan along the Arabian Sea. Due to bandits attacking caravans, land travel became dangerous and people began to travel by sea. They used as travel to navigate the waters. However, The modern maritime trade was kicked off by Portugal at what became known as the Age of Discovery in mid-1400s. Portugal was the first to significantly probe the Atlantic Ocean, colonizing the Azores and other nearby islands, then braving the west coast of Africa. Maritime shipping is a fundamental part of the world trade. Many industries are associated with it. It is the main link of imports and exports between the different countries of the world. It transports food, medicine, technological equipment, and much more. Transportation of many heavy machineries and equipment are totally dependent on it. For growth and sustainable development, cost-efficient mechanism of shipping is followed, especially in the developing world. Shipping industry has developed from infancy, that is from boats, small vessels with steam engines, to large container vessels. I remember the time when cargoes were stacked in hatches for transportation. Stacking, loading, and unloading used to be cumbersome and time-consuming, as well as expensive. With containers, the process is smooth and efficient. However, shipping industry is facing numerous challenges of overcapacity, freight rates, high fuel prices, and labor shortages. Some of the other issues of maritime security includes crimes such as piracy, trafficking of people and illicit goods, illegal fishing, and maritime pollution. Now, maritime trade and Pakistan. Indian Ocean is the third largest ocean in the world, spanning an area of, 70,556,000 square kilometers. The ocean serves as a connecting route between the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean. Pakistan is located at the center of the Indian Ocean, is a littoral state which carries out more than 95% of the trade through the sea via its port at Karachi, Port Qasim, and Gwadar. Pakistan also utilizes its 290,000 square kilometer of exclusive economic zone and continental shelf for numerous purposes, including fishing, mining, exploration, and marine research. Over 15 million barrels of crude oil is shipped right across Pakistan coast from the Gulf states daily throughout the Persian Gulf. Pakistan also provides the shortest sea access to Afghanistan, Central Asian states, and China. This adds not only to maritime economic potential of Pakistan, but also to its importance, regional and world trade. Although during the pandemic, there has been hiccups from time to time. Pakistan was fortunate to record a growth of 25% and 13.2% in financial year 2021, going to 15% and 26% rise in countries' exports and imports, respectively. Exports went up to 25.3 billion from 22 billion in financial year 1920. And imports stood at 56 billion as against US dollar 44.5 billion in financial year 2020, thus keeping movement of goods at twin ports alike amid issues like, in spite of issues like lockdown, port congestion, higher charges, and all over the world. In 1920, COVID-19 has slowed down every business and industry. Similarly, it also impacted maritime trade. Industrial as well as agriculture production had slowed down due to health issues, frequent lockdowns, shortage of raw materials because of disturbances in supply line. Now that the pandemic seems to have come under control, we are seeing marked improvement in all sectors of industries around the world. Export and imports between countries will also improve. As such, we can expect a better trade from 2022 onwards, with frequent and regular movement of goods prices of commodities which have rocketed sky high are likely to come down and stabilize. This will be the relief for all of us, no matter what part of the globe we are living in. With this hopeful note, I would like to close my presentation. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It
Thank
was a wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you very much for finishing it timely. And I understand that this will really give some insights to those who are interested in the subject. So at this stage, I am going to invite Professor Dr. Muhammad Rafiq Awal. He is going to present the paper. Dr. Awal is the former Kerem Magri Professor of Petroleum Engineering at Texas Technological University. He is a technologist professor. Awal distinguished himself as the Outstanding Professor of the Year in 2007 and 8. In 2009, he introduced a new field, environmentally conscious petroleum engineering, in the book Environmentally Conscious Fossil Energy Production, published by John Wiley. Dr. Awal has developed new well construction design concepts which advanced materials along with laparoscopic approach to eliminate FGE, is fugitive gas emission. His academic career is full of research and achievements. Few are like he has done his PhD degree from the University of Oklahoma, MS from the King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. I think it is in Dammam or Hobart, Dammam. And BTech from the Indian Institute of Technology, all in petroleum engineering. As a young engineer, Dr. Awal worked as a well completion engineer in the Bombay offshore field of India's national oil company, the Oil and National Gas Corporation. On completing his PhD, Dr. Awal became a pioneer in geomechanics engineering as an applied research engineer at the Research Institute, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. He moved to Texas Technical University in West Texas, USA, on a teaching and applied research portfolio. He joined the ConocoPhillips Technology Center, USA, as a lead R&D, research and development engineer, prior to a 4-year stint as the founding chair of chemical and petroleum programs at the American University of RAK, UAE. Currently, Dr. Awal is a global consultant for helping develop well architecture for HDR and hydrogen production from oil and gas reservoirs. So a very rich background. Dr. Awal should be given, I think, a few hours to speak about his findings and research, but we have got the limitation of time. I do not know, maybe our chairman kindly extend his time. So
actually, if I may interject here, Professor Awal will be visiting Bangladesh in January, and that's the time we plan to have a special session only for him.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
And we'll have some important people to attend that particular conference, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Sir, we have got reasons to feel proud about people like Dr. Awal. So I now invite Dr. Awal. Before he takes over, I will say goodbye to everyone, and then from now onwards, Dr. Nilufar Haikarim will be helping me as the moderator of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
The floor is with Dr. Awal.
Thank you. Salam.
You have to unmute.
Dr. Awal is here?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right. First of all, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you are loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You are loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm having some problem. I can't hear back anything. So if you can hear, then it's okay. It's okay with
Yeah,
me.
we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I owe a big apology for disturbing the previous speakers' sessions because I lost my laptop, the battery discharged, so I switched to mobile and two mobiles, not knowing that I'm disturbing. I'm really sorry about that. So now, yeah, now I clear my screen and I tried to do that. I don't know what it went. And just allow me, because on the mobile, I never did this Zoom webinar. So let me see where it is hidden, you know. Oh, it's not here. So let me go back. So I have some nice pictures to show, although I can speak without any slides, but allow me, you know, to humble with this business of, you know, I have something like document. I didn't find it. Google Drive. Let me see. Zoom. Connect. So no, it was there. I tried from the other mobile. So let me continue without the slides. I'm sorry about that. So I can share the slide by email later on for you to see. At this time, I just prepared enough slide for the 8-minute slots. So let me start reading from my slides. The title is, in this case, the specter of catastrophic fugitive methane and CO2 emissions from abundant oil and gas fields around the world. And something sounds very common to you with respect to my first presentation. But as you remember, I started saying that this danger of fugitive methane emissions was below the tip of the iceberg. And I want to take you further below that point in the ever-expanding bottom part of the iceberg, which is dangerous. And that part is, I'm coming quickly to that point, a peak fugitive emission disaster. So I mentioned about general fugitive, methane gas and how it affects how it creates a climate disaster. We must say it is disaster, although it's not officially disaster, either on the platform of World Congress on Disaster Management. So they need to take note, and with your help from your platform, PRC.bd, I think will succeed, and we must. And the second thing is now, what are the other effect of the fugitive emissions coming from oil and gas wells all over the world, including both the currently active oil fields, but more so from the abandoned oil fields. And I'm sorry, those slides are not coming to you right now. And what I want to bring to your attention is about the peak fugitive emission disaster. Peak. Have you seen the peak yet of this disaster created by both carbon dioxide and this what I'm bringing to your attention, the methane gas? The answer is straight no. That means the worst is yet to come. So the question is when? And I have some idea about that. So remember, I mentioned about the corrosion of the casing pipes, which go from the surface all the way to the bottom of the well, which could be 10,000 feet from ground up. It could be 15,000 or 20,000 feet. Actually, with time, we are going deeper and deeper. And as we go deeper and deeper from, let's say, 1900 onward, we come across higher pressure and high temperature zones where oil and gas lie. And there is a danger. That means the later wells, allow me to put a deadline, let's say 1950. We have started going offshore from that time, approximately, because as the speaker mentioned, from philosophical point of view, because of a greed, a greed-driven economy. So we're going deeper, not only in the oceans, in the coastal areas, but also in the onshore areas deeper. It is not uncommon. The place where I come from, the Mecca of oil in the US is Texas. Texas is the largest state of America, and the West Texas is where I come from, the Permian Basin, which produces about, right now, something around 5 to 6 million barrels of oil since 2008, becoming the #1 producer. It sounds good for those who produce oil, but the danger is the wells are deeper, they contact more of the reservoirs. Having said so, being deeper and they're abandoned early with lots of oil is still there. Now, with time, these casing pipes will corrode away more and more and more. And I have a graph in front of me, which I took from a 2014 report, EPRI, Electric Power Research Institute in Canada, EPRI. They published a report with several investigators. The title is Interim Guidance for Determining Corrosion Rates for Evaluating, this the active life of buried pipe, buried underground. And they're talking about buried only a few meters, which is, of course, more corrosive environment than on the surface. Now, when we talk about further deeper than 10,000 feet, and so where the temperature is around 200 to 300 degrees Fahrenheit, and the pressure is anywhere around from 5,000 to 10,000 psi, pound per square inch. But the worst of all, also the porosity, because oil and gas comes from interconnected porous rock, which also contain a good amount, or at least 30% by volume of a pore of water, which is more saline than the seawater. Now, that is really the the atmosphere, for the corrosions. So the graph here shows the report. I must mention some name: Professor Mahesh Pandey, University of Waterloo; Dr. Miko J. Karma, University of Waterloo; Dr. Peter Angel, Atomic Energy of Canada; and Doug Munson from EPRI. EPRI stands for Electric Power Research Institute. It's a very high profile and credible research report published September 25, 2014. So this graph I'm translating to you. It's a graph between corrosion loss in terms of 1,000th of millimeter, and then with respect to time in years. It says this graph that within 10 to 15 years, this pipeline becomes completely pitted. They develop holes because of corrosion, and that's it. It is no good for transportation of any fluid. And now talk about deeper and deeper. So they will corrode much faster. But since I'm talking about those, after 1950s, so and those wells are abandoned, within 20 to 30 years. So let's start counting time. 1950 plus 20, so 1970. From 1950 to 1970, that active year of service, those wells, they are maintained by the oil company, what is called, the cathodic protection system to minimize the effect of corrosion. But after they abandon them, let's say 1970, what happens? They get orphaned. The life support system in terms of corrosion prevention is withdrawn completely. So corrosion ensues faster and faster in that subterranean environment and hostile environment. So if you start counting from that time, in the light of this EPRI report, so let us give benefit of doubt and 20 years. So 20 years is 1990. So after 1990, those wells are supposed to become totally corroded. And that is one of the reasons why this methane emission is increasing and increasing. But let me come back to the focus, the peak of that methane emission disaster. Now, we know every year more and more wells are drilled, because of the growing demand for oil. Right now, as of today, probably we are consuming all over the world around 95 million barrels of oil per day. 1 barrel is approximately 159 liters. So it's a humongous amount of oil we're consuming. And at present, and of course, it may go up if unless we find this affordable, renewable or green energy, whatsoever. Now imagine the situation that these wells, the flip side of increase in green energy also means that more and more of these wells will be abandoned. So the number of orphan wells will suddenly increase while they are containing a very high pressure oil and gas. So considering all these factors, you can now make some kind of estimate when this peak will come, peak in terms of emissions of the CO2. Now, if we take that spot offshore Houston, where ExxonMobil is planning to inject gigatons of CO2, that's a massive project. They are thumping their chest. We are the best, number one. We can take all CO2s from surface sources, emitters, like, for example, chemical plants, and the sources of blue hydrogen, where they'll burn natural gas or coal, and then that CO2 will be given to ExxonMobil to be injected in the offshore area, which is busy maritime, this region, busiest part. So they are going to make this catastrophe double. Now, forget about that. Now, what is good for USA in terms of this kind of spills is good for Bombay High area in India, offshore the Persian Gulf. Imagine Iran and Saudi Arabia, UAE and Oman, all progressing from these offshore areas. Imagine the situation, what will happen when the peak comes. It's just like a ticking bomb, tick, tick, tick. And down the line, of course, I'll make a presentation about some estimated time. Will it be 2030 or 2040 or 2050? Anything within our lifetime can happen. And if it happens, it's not a question of if, it is a question of when, then it will translate into what we have been discussing as a maritime disaster. Remember the Exxon Valdez oil spill? That is Exxon company carried millions of barrels of oil in a big tanker, ocean-going tanker called Valdez, and it got grounded in near Alaska, and it created one of the worst man-made maritime oil spill disaster in the History Channel. They call it disaster. So now. Then come fast forward from 1989 to 2010, that the British Petroleum Company, the second largest, big oil company in the world after ExxonMobil, they made a mistake in the same offshore Gulf of Mexico, some 100 kilometers offshore from Houston City, and while drilling a new well, and they made a mistake. This mistake happened. Why? Because, as I said, the faulty design from 1870, when Rockefeller established his empire of oil, with all the evil means, and by 1910, he tried to whitewash all his things by creating the Rockefeller Foundation. It is all known now. It cannot be hidden. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry now knows, thanks to IT revolution, we have the handheld mobile. Okay. Nobody can push it under the carpet. So that culture still exists. What is that? Get the oil as fast as possible to make a profit, make the shareholders happy and with minimum cost. So the first victim is the construction engineering of for the well. It has not changed. How I know? I have been teaching this drilling engineering and the well completion, throughout my life in Saudi Arabia, King Fahd University, in Texas Tech University, so you can imagine what I'm talking about. That's it. On the other hand, they're still cutting the corners, okay, to save more, not only in terms of materials, but also in terms of time. And that is what happened in the Macondo well blowout. And the American government was compelled to slap a fine of $30 billion on British Petroleum. They even changed their logo from that time. They show green and yellow, but that's not my problem. My problem is it's a ticking bomb. It will be a disaster. And one more thing, this will be, I wish, I could show that slide. I have a slide showing that this abandoned oil field, do you know what happened? In 2008, I gave a master thesis to a student, brilliant student. He did it. And it is my idea that can you find out by numerical reservoir simulation, in which I'm an expert. So I showed him how to run the simulation, and as expected, the result came. That within 10 to 20 years, those abandoned oil field, which still contain 60 to 70% of original oil in place. What happens during the 20 years of production from that field, the oil comes with, and some gas is liberated because as it produce oil with time, the pressure in the reservoir will go down. And at some point, it goes below the bubble point of the gas, which was before dissolved in the oil, now starts bubbling out. Now, when you abandon that field, that pressure is already low, so that the bubbling out continues and continues and continues. So what happens, let's say the thickness of that reservoir where oil is there is suppose 100 feet. The top, 70 feet will be now full of gas, pressurized gas, and it is waiting to leak. And that time comes after 20 to 30 years. So it will start leaking and leaking. And it will be massive when we talk about abandoned oil fields in the, let's say around 1970, as I mentioned, or 1990. So, and after another 20 years, so it keep on adding and more wells. Right now, these go undetected because those oil fields are in unpopulated areas, far away from human civilization, except few countries like Bangladesh, where you have seen so many examples of gas bubbling through ponds, through tea wells, and also through these alluviums. There are lots of videos that little Tokai, small boys taking, tourists, come, I'll show you something magic light. And he just plants a small pipe in the sand and that lights a message, and lo and behold, it is just like, a burner, okay? You have seen that, and you're living that. And ladies and gentlemen, I have not seen the fire, but I have smelled it while traveling in my car across the highways in Western Texas, the Mecca of American oil and gas reserve and production. It is all smells day and night, but who cares? The king is the big oil. The king is the big oil. So summing it up, now the purpose of this presentation was that if you think that this methane, we are getting accustomed living with CO2 emissions, we are getting accustomed with methane emission, then allow me to use one Texas expression. You ain't seen nothing yet. You have not seen the last thing yet. That is the peak emissions, which will be catastrophic onshore and especially offshore, because offshore wells are deeper, means higher pressure, and they are abandoned earlier because of that break-even point. So onshore fields, suppose we dispose it of, abandon after 20 years, maybe in offshore only 10 years. That means not only there is more oil and gas down there, but at a higher pressure. Now imagine Mr. Corazon doing its work silently day and night. So it is ticking bomb. And this disaster will be more in offshore. It will be not only giving the gas we have been talking, but also oil, like what you saw in the spill of massive, the largest oil spill in offshore Houston in 2010 by the company which breaks up the best technology, ExxonMobil, British Petroleum. They have no technology. It is as primitive as it was in the 90s because they don't care. Okay. Now, this is the point, the 7 points I mentioned. Then one more thing is those more numbers of wells are drilled, by the year, as one goes from one, field to another. Before, let's say in the 1900s up to 50, the spacing between two wells was maybe, let's say, 1 kilometer. Now, because of the greed, they drill maybe every 50 meters. So there is more wells, which are more high pressure. And so when they go bang, it will not be 1 or 2 or 3. It will be so many numbers, hundreds going bang at the same time. Now remember the specter of Macondo well. One well created a havoc, not the disaster. Disaster is a small world, and you can translate into money when the US government, reluctantly slapped only $30 billion. You know that. And now when 100 of this Macondo well goes off in offshore Houston or anywhere in North Sea, you can imagine the magnitude. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what I call peak in a maritime disaster because of this not unthought of, this criminal act of, well construction. So that's why I took early retirement from this industry, even from academia. Academia is a partner with that because the big companies dole out grant money. So I talked to the president of Society of Petroleum Engineers International, SPE, my colleague.
Your time is over.
Your time is over. So what I want to say, they are in cahoot. So the only ray of hope is, a democratic country, largest one like India, which is away from the sway of this big oil. And also India needs more energy, and they spend $160 billion to import oil and gas as of today, and it will go increasing to 320 but after another 15 years. So politically speaking, economically speaking, we are at the right place, the right time to create a platform and move it all the way to the United Nations, and through COP, let's say starting from COP 27, we can mobilize this movement, inshallah. Thank you very much for giving me the time.
Thank you, Professor Awal. Thank you very much for this presentation. It was very illuminating and very nice. You had so much material to talk about, and we are really glad that we could get exposed to such a lot of information. Thank you very much. Dr. Awal, did you have another paper to present? The assessment of a new kind of maritime disaster, or did you cover everything?
It was there. Yeah. Yes, so I had that, but I planned even before start that probably there won't be enough time. Everyone will take more time.
Sure. Next time, maybe. Okay, maybe when you come back to Dhaka again, when we'll have more time, we can put everything together and talk about that paper.
If you kindly drop me a letter, of invitation, that will be better. I can come even without that, but little, this ink and paper will make it a better case. It will make it documented,
Okay, fine, sure.
And also, it will help me get the visa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Awal, for now. But let's go on to the next paper. The next paper is by Tawheed Alam Shubo. He's a senior resource associate of PRC.bd. Tawhid has been working in PRC for quite some time, and he is basically a pharmacist, but he is experienced in lots of activities that involves the work of hosting meetings and hosting seminars and writing papers, carrying out research on various aspects of the subjects that we cover in PRC. So with those few words, I would like to invite Tawhid Alam to present his paper, probably in 8 minutes. Please go ahead, Tawhid Alam.
Thank you so much. Very good evening to all of you. It's my pleasure to present in front of you all dignitaries of my papers. Let me find my papers.
The paper is called Challenges and Opportunities of Blue Economy. It's a new area, so we would like to hear from him.
Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to present paper in front of you all. Today my topic is challenges and opportunities of blue economy. Introduction. Blue economy is very important now in these days. Blue economy, more precisely ocean-based economies, is now being considered as an auspicious sector in Bangladesh, which refers to the proper utilization of oceanic resource for sustainable economic growth of all region or country. The assumption is that global administration justifies this knowledge of forest and community engagement in forest management will achieve multiple social, prospective, economic, environmental co-benefits and SDGs, such as livelihood, poverty alleviation, forest conservation, and climate change. This is especially relevant in South Asian countries, which still has some of the highest deforestation rates in the world, but is also increasingly recognizing community forest rights. Bangladesh is blessed with 710-kilometer long coastal line with 200 nautical miles of resourceful exclusive economic zone in the Bay of Bengal, creating huge opportunities to bring out a sustainable output through the utilization and optimization of ocean-based resources. Because of being large delta in the world, Bangladesh is enriched with enormous range of marine biodiversity, including fish, fishes, shrimps, mollusks, crabs, mammals, seaweeds, and creation of employment opportunities. Blue economy has also opened a new window of opportunities, including commerce and trade, tourism, biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, use of deep seaports, foreign trade, and so forth. But we have challenges to the perspective of blue economy, such as frequent floods, marine pollution, including ocean acidification and blue carbon, lack of trained personnel, harmonizing sectoral policies, plans, and laws, poor ocean governance and political supports, etc. A total of 26 marine economic functions, including fishery, maritime, trade, and shipping, energy, tourism, coastal protection, maritime monitoring, and surveillance, etc., can be recognized as the integral part of blue economy. Contribution of blue economy. the ocean-based exercise to entirely reduce ecological hazard and enhance human prosperity. Blue economy primarily targets on establishing organic recycling processes to find out making various anthropogenic wastes reusable innovatively innovatively. This economy helps to utilize marine assets not only nationally but also universally. In this way, blue economy contributes both deeply and improvement of economic development and social welfare. The sustainable utilization of oceanic resources help blue economy to stimulate economic growth with technological input without hampering the ocean ecosystem. This helps to improve livelihood and meet the demands for jobs. And estimation said that ocean-based businesses contribute more than 500 billion USD to the world economy. According to a report of OECD, in the year of 2010, the estimated economic value of ocean output was 1.5 trillion, which is corresponding to 2.5% of world's gross economy worth. Blue economy also contributed around 31 million direct full-time jobs in 2000. The contribution of ocean on global fisheries production is about 81.5 metric ton annually. The livelihood of 8% world's population is directly or indirectly supported by marine fisheries sectors, and it also contributes 230 billion USD to the global economy. About 80% of global trade transportation in which goods are transported by sea routes depend on the oceans. The global marine and coastal tourism also contribute about 161 billion USD annually. Perspective of blue economy. The concept of blue economy was perhaps unknown in Bangladesh. The importance of blue economy in Bangladesh has rapidly started after the achievement of maritime boundary delimitation dispute with Myanmar and India. Bangladesh possesses 700 kilometers, as I saw before, as I said it before. So the government has recently started to adopt the concept of blue economy with the stakeholders by relevant policies and plans. Since 2015, the government of Bangladesh has been undertaking several consultation and workshop of blue economy in 2017. The government of Bangladesh has established the blue economy cell with the mandate to coordinate blue economy initiatives across sectoral ministries. According to World Bank report, the gross value added Bangladesh in 2014 to 15 from ocean economy was $6,192.98 million US dollar, which was around 3.33% of Bangladesh economy. Again, ecosystem service from the coastal and marine ecosystems creates livelihoods and income of millions of people living in the coastal region of Bangladesh. Considering the importance of blue economy, the government of Bangladesh has recently emphasized to enhancing blue growth and achieving sustainable development goals. Potential opportunity of blue economy in Bangladesh. The heart of blue economy in Bangladesh are coastal areas and the Bay of Bengal. Most of ocean economic activities subsequently change the living and social status of millions of people inhabiting across the coastal areas. There are several sectors of blue economy that compromise potentials for growth of attaining food security and economic development objectives. This includes fisheries, marine biology, marine tourism, marine commerce, shipping and navigation, salt production, oil and gas mining, biofueling, and extraction of ocean energy for Bangladesh in blue economic development. Benefits of some sectors in blue economy. It's aquaculture. 1 billion of people in developing countries depend on seafood for their primary source of protein, such as shrimps, mollusks, crabs, mammals, seaweed, etc. The current total fish production is 3.68 million tons, contributing the 3.69 GDP, 69% GDP of Bangladesh. Capture and culture fishery contribute 0.51 million tons of total marine catch in the economic development of Bangladesh. Another important task is rehabilitation of hillshire fishery. At present, 50 to 60% of global hillshire catch takes place in the coastal and marine water of Bangladesh. Production of rock and sea salt. Bangladesh has huge opportunities of sea salt production because of huge coastal area with favorable environment. Most of salt production take place in Cox's Bazar. In Bangladesh, average crude salt production is about 7,000 to 10,000 kg per hectare. Marine tourism and recreations. Marine tourism is now very appealing sector around the world, and most often this contribute of economic, social, and environmental upliftment of local community. Tourism sector has a great link to hospitality, restaurant business, and catering activities that globally contributes 5% of world GDP. Blue economy biotechnology. Marine biotechnology opens a new door for exploration of.
Your time is almost over.
Just a minute, I will take 2 minutes only. There's also oil, gas, and minerals mining. Major challenges of economy in Bangladesh. Sustainable exploitation of the ocean resources is very necessary for maintaining the health of the global ocean, ensuring global food security, economic growth, and livelihood to the coastal communities. Establishing marine-friendly infrastructure for marine tourism, keeping up an investment-friendly environment in the specific area, economical utilization of biodiversity, safeguarding mangrove and ocean grass, addressing environmental change, and managing carbon discharge are still big challenges in Bangladesh for the development of blue economy. The Bay of Bengal and the coastal regions provide the backbone of huge resources and open a new economic frontier for Bangladesh. There are several sectors of the blue economy that offer potential for development to achieve food security and economic development objectives. It can be concluded at this moment that Bangladesh needs to create more awareness towards utilizing maritime resources and bring about socio-economic changes in the life of people of Bangladesh. The blue economy can be one of the best possible solutions for Bangladesh to achieve sustainable economic growth and SDGs also. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tawhid, for this very elaborate paper on blue economy. It's a very new subject, but it has a lot of potential, as I can see from your presentation. You have covered a lot of area that shows that it can contribute to the blue economy. Because we do not have much time, I do not want to go for discussions further, because we still have another session left. And before we go to the next session, I would like to thank everyone who has spoken in this session so well. And it has been a very important session. It has given highlight on subjects that we did not know much about. So I'm very happy that we could cover some of the areas.
Ma'am, can I take the floor just for
Yes,
for a second?
I think Dr. Mahfouz has a question. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Mahfouz.
Yeah, ma'am, I did raise my hand, and I just have a couple of questions to Professor Awal,
Okay.
and I know because of time constraints, he may not be able to answer me right now, but maybe some other time. Just 3 questions very briefly. Number one, did Bangladesh, regarding the abandoned wells, do we have any survey in Bangladesh regarding abandoned wells of oil and gas field? Do we have any survey? Number one. Number two is that, is there any decommissioning of, is there any guidelines for decommissioning of abandoned wells? Is there, has it been established, anything being done on that? Number three is that IPCC, did IPCC agree with this injecting of the carbon dioxide in the abandoned wells, and environmental impact assessment has been done? Has it been established? Is it established criteria of CO2, injecting CO2 in these wells, and has it been environmentally established? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think those questions were for Professor Awal. Is he around? I think we
send it over.
Okay. Dr. Mahfouz, please, can we send those questions? We can note those questions down. Tawhid, please note down those questions. We can send them over to Dr. Awal, so he can answer those questions later on.
No, in fact, I am putting the 3 questions in the chat box.
Okay, sure.
In the chat box.
Yes,
So
I think the other speakers in this area can also answer some of the questions, because some of them relate to Bangladesh. So Dr. Mahbub and Mr. Mahfouzul Haq, Syed Mahfouzul Haq, you may also take into consideration, and also Zain Bhai, you can also take into consideration till you can answer those questions along with Professor Awal.
Okay.
Okay.
I also do have a comment on Syed Mahfouzul Haq's paper. Do I have time for that?
Yes,
okay.
Only 1 or 2 minutes, 1 minute.
Okay, it won't be more than a minute. To Syed Mahfouzul Haq, regarding his paper, I thought that perhaps while he will be discussing the resilience of the maritime trade, maybe the challenges of the maritime trade could have been looked into as well. Some point of time he may like to look into, like marine pollution, plastic pollution, then single-use plastics. So they are creating havoc in our maritime trade. So keeping that thing in mind, he may like to touch upon this pollution aspect of the seas. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think we have not done a fair job letting Mr. Mahfouz and Dr. Mahbubur Rahman and all the other speakers, Zain Bhai, to give them their full, whatever they had, to their full length. So, adding some more would be additional information from them, but I'm sure they would be able to give us information by writing. So I hope next time we will have another session like this probably in the future with the consent of our chairman, so we can go ahead and discuss more on this very important topic.
Absolutely.
So if there are no other questions, shall we go ahead to the next section?
Yes.
One more thing to our chairman is that since Professor Awal will be arriving Dhaka sometime next year, I think early next year, January or February, and we're going to have a seminar on that. So keeping that thing in mind, we can start working on that issue. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yes, thank you very much for the suggestion. I think we need to start again working again on this area, and I'm sure people who are present here today will cooperate with us on bringing up a program that would be best for our country and for the region. So let's go to thank you very much, the speakers, the participants who have been actively involved in this session, and I appreciate the time they have given, the effort within this short time. We really had a very good experience on the area. So thank you again. So let's go to the next section. The next area is in the area that we had been writing papers on, presenting to WCDM seminars, not virtually, but physically. We have not been able to join the sessions at New Delhi. So we have some papers that we can present. We thought we can present here for your experience. So the first speaker is Mr. Kamal Chaudhary. He has a paper on COVID-19 and banking sector of Bangladesh, navigating turbulent times and the way forward. Mr. Kamal, as you have seen, in the previous sessions, session. He is a very good speaker. He is an expert in finance, and he's worked all around the world, like Bangladesh, Europe, Africa, and I think also the Middle East. He has a tremendous, and also I think he worked in Singapore. He has tremendous experience in the area of finance, and he keeps very up-to-date information on the areas that that trouble the world. So today we'd like to hear from him on COVID-19 and banking sector, a paper that he would have presented in Delhi, but now that he is here, we have not heard from him, we will hear from him today. So please, Mr. Kamal Chaudhary, please go ahead and present your paper.
Thank you, Dr. Nilufar Karim. My paper, as you all can see, I'm sharing the paper. The title is COVID-19 and Banking Sector of Bangladesh, Navigating Turbulent Times and the Way Forward. This paper is prepared jointly with Chairman Professor Dr. Faruddin Ahmed. So he's the co-author, I'm the author. And this paper was approved by if you can mute, isn't it? If you can mute, all of you, please, if you can mute. Okay, I continue. This paper was prepared for WCDM to be presented in New Delhi, and it has been approved. I'm now very pleased that I have an opportunity to present to you. This is quite a big paper compared to the time allotted, so I shall, or I might have to skip some of the material and put it in a manner so that it yet becomes meaningful. However, let me start. I start by saying that COVID-19 induced economic crisis in Bangladesh has affected all the major economy. Well, we all know that. While the government of Bangladesh has proposed a large stimulus package, around 3.7% of the GDP, the success of this package will depend on the appropriateness of modalities and its implementation efficacy. It is important to note that a large part of the stimulus package is credit-based through the banking sector, where the affected sectors, export-oriented, domestic market-oriented, and SMEs can take loans at subsidized interest rates for underwriting their working capital needs and paying wages of their workers. The additional burden of implementing the stimulus package through the banking system has put more pressure on the already vulnerable banking sector of Bangladesh. The sector is faced with many institutional challenges that hinder the functioning of the financial sector at its full potential. Weak regulations, regular budgetary support to the underperforming state-owned banks, and rising non-performing loans, in short, NPLs, are only a few in the long list of institutional problems afflicting the banking sector of the economy. Under the current scenario, banks have been offered very little incentives to operate the stimulus packages if the cost of funds and administration costs are taken into account. Therefore, many banks might not implement the packages with the speed and scale the emergent scenario calls for in the view of the pandemic. Against this backdrop, the major objectives of this paper are as follows. Number one, to understand how Bangladesh banking sector is implementing the COVID-19 related stimulus package, the regulatory constraints, operational impediments, selection of appropriate targeted borrowers, ensuring repayment by balancing speed and due diligence. Number two, to assess the implications and implementation of the stimulus package on the health of the banking sector. What is the state of portfolio, profitability, risk management, NPL, governance? Number three, to examine how effective has been the role of central bank supervisory role. And number four, to recommend policy initiatives and measures towards the better functioning of the banking sector in Bangladesh in the backdrop of COVID-19 induced interventions, and to strengthen the state of good governance in the financial sector of the country. The exercises in this paper include a brief overview of the performance and challenges of the banking sector in Bangladesh, and analysis of the nature and magnitude of the COVID-19 induced economic crisis, a critical examination of the process of the implementation of the stimulus package through the banking sector, and critical policy suggestions for reforms. These exercises will help in undertaking important policy and institutional reforms in the banking sector for better execution of the stimulus package in the context of COVID-19 induced economic crisis in Bangladesh. While Bangladesh has seen a delayed arrival of COVID-19, with the first case detected on March 8, 2020, with regard to its healthcare and economic preparedness, it was still caught off guard. The effect of COVID-19 on the economy in Bangladesh is especially pronounced because of the country's dependence on globalized foreign fashion brand supply chains and export of human capital in general and RGM in particular. RGM is ready-made garment manufacture. In particular, banks have significant exposure to industries. Combined with a declining consumer economy, the effect on these industries has hit all sectors hard. The economic impact let's see my paper. To continue, the economic impact was felt in three main avenues. That's important. First, a decrease in the domestic economic activity following the shutdown declared on 26th of March and then lifted on 31st of May. Second, a decrease in ready-made clothing exports, which accounted for more than 80% of Bangladesh's exports and were heavily impacted. Overall exports decreased by 83% year on year in April. Finally, there has been a decrease in Bangladeshi remittances, mostly people residing in Middle Eastern countries, influenced not only by the pandemic, but also by the drop in oil prices. Bangladesh, as we all know, is one of the world's most heavily populated countries, and controlling the effects of a pandemic like COVID-19 is a major challenge. Restricted health facilities poses another problem. In fact, the ability of the health system is being put to the test and needs substantial support from development partners. As for RMG exports, the pandemic has significantly hurt global clothing demand. Global clothing buyers have therefore either suspended or canceled orders from Bangladesh between April and May last year. This was equivalent to about $3.18 billion. In April last year, exports from RMG dropped to $374 million, which was more than 85% lower than April 2019. Most of those global brands are now reported to be returning and reinstating their orders. The growth of RMG exports in August last year compared to that of August the previous year, that is 2019, was 2.58% only. This is, I must say that this is largely due to the increased exports of the clothing, because last year, at Christmas, it was expected to further increase the demand, which about 62% of the, excuse me, total RMG exports going to the European market and about 21% going to Canada and the US. I will skip certain things about the background that I had explained in my report. That was what was the situation of the banking sector immediately after the independence of Bangladesh. I will skip that for this time, and I will go to what is the estimated and actual scale of the stimulus package. That's important, important substance of this report. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced the economic activities of the world to come at a halt. To save the world from a devastating recession, different countries are announcing stimulus packages for various sectors. Likewise, the government of Bangladesh so far allotted some Bangladesh taka 1,178 billion, that is equivalent to $13.8 billion, under a 22 packages to support the healthcare services, to protect jobs, and to support the poor and vulnerable to tackle the impact of the pandemic on the economy, and to achieve smooth economic recovery. Export-oriented industries, small, medium, and cottage industries, agriculture, fish farming, poultry, and livestock extractor have been brought under these incentive packages. The allotted fund for the stimulus packages is 3.7% of the GDP, which is, of course, a substantial amount. But based on UNESCO and SANEM, a think tank, and CGE model, a study of UNESCO has estimated that to mitigate the socio-economic impacts, Bangladesh needs 11% of the GDP as the fiscal stimulus, where only 5% need for economic revival, 3.5% need for social protection, and 2.5% need for public health infrastructure. This provided that Bangladesh is far behind from the required scale of the fiscal stimulus. Well, the next is, can you see this presentation? Perhaps in front of you, I'm sharing a table, table 1, you could see the estimated and the actual scale of the fiscal stimulus, where you could see Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and compared that, I presented that Bangladesh has got a total of 11% of the stimulus package in terms of percentage of GDP. India 14% compared to Bangladesh's 11%, Nepal 0.9%, Pakistan 7%, and Sri Lanka a meager 2.5%. We will move on to the next, the disbursement. We'll move on to the how this is being disbursed. Disbursement of most of the packages through the banking sector. It is important to note that the large part of the stimulus package is credit-based through the banking sector, where the affected sectors like export-oriented, domestic market-oriented, and SMEs can take loans at subsidized interest rates. And the table that will come next in the next page will present the major credit-based stimulus packages. It is observed that 7 major credit-based packages worth Bangladesh Taka 80,700 crore, which is near to 80% of the total allocation. Let's see the package and the table. The table 2, major credit-based stimulus packages. As I give a quick rundown on the packages, you would see the amount mentioned and which sectors are the beneficiary and who's funding them, the source fund sourcing, and of course the cost of the fund. The cost is on the right-hand side, and you can see that. Moving on to the next one would be what are the loans at the subsidized interest rate? Well, under most of the stimulus packages, the affected sector can get loans as working capital at a subsidized rate than the regular interest rate to fulfill the associated terms and conditions, subject, of course, to, as I said, fulfilling the terms and conditions of the bank. The following packages have been fallen under the category. So the packages are package for export-oriented industries, export development fund, package for large industries, package for SMEs, packages for agriculture, pre-shipment and credit finance scheme, packages for low-income professionals, farmers and small business owners, packages for job creation, and then it follows that there are interest waiver, then social safety nets for food and cash transfer, special honorarium and compensation, which is set at 100 crore, has been announced as a special honorarium for the bankers, doctors, nurses, and health workers. And of course, there are other packages declared by the government are agriculture subsidy, then there is subsidy on harvesters and reapers, etc., and vulnerable families, etc. We then move on to I am skipping to make it coincide and yet meaningful. Distribution mechanism. Nearly 80% of the stimulus package is a repayable loan. The commercial banks have been given the responsibility of distributing the loans. They are responsible for not only selecting their customers through bank-client relationships, but also ensuring the customers pay back in time. Moreover, there are several conditions set by Bangladesh Bank, such as maintaining a single borrower exposure limit, loan classification, and provisioning rule, and the highest loan limit for both banks and clients. Then, of course, there is a question of government liquidity management. I will skip that in the interest of time. And major, you can see in this page, major donor-funded budget support program in process, 2019 to 20, showing how much ADB has contributed, AIIB, World Bank, JICA, and then it goes on the following year, year 2020 to 21, again, World Bank, how much, $500 million for COVID-19, World Bank again, $250 million for jobs, EU grant for 100 million, and so forth, DFID, so forth. Now, let me talk about the commercial banks' liquidity management. More importantly, the stimulus packages with subsidized interest rates will be financed from the deposits of the banking sector, which will squeeze the liquidity of the bank. Due to the rise in non-performing loans, which has already fueled the liquidity crisis in Bangladesh, besides, due to the previous liquidity crisis and probable inability to collect the stimulus money back, there is a threat of a long-term liquidity problem. What that means is Bangladesh, banking sector in Bangladesh was already under pressure on having a number of non-performing loans. So there was a liquidity problem in the banks. Now, burdened with this pressure of the stimulus packages and being distributed, and if those are also becoming near to non-performing loans, there will be an added pressure. In order to ease the liquidity in the banking sector, however, and to support the stimulus schemes, the central bank has taken several swift steps by using monetary policy tools. I shall not go into those details, but the monetary policy tools are very interesting for those who understand the banking system, like the revision of the mandatory cash reserve ratio, very technical things. I would not go into details. Upward revision of the advanced deposit ratio, then slashing up the repo rate by 75 basis points, etc. But let me explain the implementation cost versus the incentives from banks' perspective. The reward for implementing banks is interest spread income. Of course, banks lend money to make money. But as per the Bangladesh Central Bank circular of disbursing the stimulus loans, all risks associated with lending such as market risk, sectoral risk, management risk, etc., and administrative responsibility and cost have fallen onto the commercial banks, the responsible party who is the responsible party for distributing the loans. Moreover, as the coronavirus pandemic and cut in the deposit rate, the banking sector anticipates a fresh liquidity crisis as the propensity of the clients to withdraw funds, withdrawing their savings, has increased and reduced deposit interest rates. These create a threat to the borrowing ability of the banks. It should be noted that the cost of borrowing of commercial bank is still around 7 to 7.5%. Mind you, this figure relates to a year ago, last year. It may have changed now slightly. I believe it did. And so it is difficult for them to lend at 9% under the stimulus package. The banks were directed by the central bank not to exceed 9% when they lend money, to charge 9% at that time last year. So the administrative inefficiency will be there, like as I explained to you, the banks will have not much incentive. Then the bank will also make mistargeting of their customers, and there would also be a danger of lending to wrong people. And then, of course, once you lend the money, there's a question of the banks monitoring the fund lended. Although good progress in the disbursement of the packages for export-oriented industries, especially R&G, large industries, and service sectors has been observed, the stimulus packages for SMEs, agriculture sectors, pre-shipment credit for exporters, and employment generation schemes are yet to gather pace. Experts say that the relatively complex disbursement process and the absence of the central bank's monitoring and supervision has slowed the disbursement of the packages. The implementation of the stimulus package does not reflect the enthusiasm with which it was announced. Considering the nominal progress of the packages, Bangladesh Central Bank has strengthened its supervision and monitoring of loan disbursement. A team led by a deputy governor has been constituted to monitor the loan disbursement activities intensively. The team will look into the cause for the slow pace in the loan disbursement and will recommend ways to accelerate the growth.
So, Mr. Kamal, you
Madam,
have a lot more to go.
I will make it now, yes, a little conciser and go into the policy recommendations. And the distinguished audience and guest can, of course, find a copy of the report and can see that in due course of that on time. Policy recommendation and a timely and much needed measure is the stimulus package. The questions that are being talked about all around now are how to mobilize this capital and how to use it. Apparently, it seems that the commercial banks will have the greater liability. The central bank, however, will come forward with its own investment, which will be refinanced by different financial institutions. The government is also providing foreign investments with interest subsidies. By lowering policy rates, the Bangladesh Bank, which is the central bank, has undertaken quantitative easing. The cash reserve ratio has been decreased by 0.5 percentage points. This will produce an additional 6,200 crore taka if required, given the demand for liquidity during the COVID-19 crisis. Bangladesh Bank, I mean the central bank, will have to further the CRR and even lower other rates such as the statutory liquidity ratio and a repo rate. Currently, this is an extraordinary measure introduced by the central bank. Due to the corona pandemic, other central banks of other countries are also taking some kinds of measures. Despite the criticism, some economists are in the favor of the central bank initiative. The central bank has taken the right steps to save the economy. However, others are against this, and in this case, they find some trouble. They felt that the lion's share of the stimulus package was a repayable loan. This is, in other words, liquidity support. Incentive money can be disbursed from the assets of the banks themselves, but banks do not have too much excess liquidity. There is, however, an opinion that the liquidity may not be the issue, but how they get the money back is the main problem. In saying that, I would now come to the conclusion of this report, and I would leave with a request that those who want to take interest may please kindly read the full report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamal, for this very elaborate report. I think it's very nice because although I'm not a banker, I don't understand much, but I could understand that you have spent a lot of time on reporting this huge information on the, credit disbursement and how it is going to operate and how it is operating and how it is going to be monitored. Thank you very much for this. And I'm sure that some of us would like to see the report. We will put it in the website and you can access to it. So thank you very much. So the next presentation is it's a joint paper of Professor Akbaruddin Ahmed, myself, and Tawhid Alam. So shall I go ahead and present the paper?
Please go ahead.
Yes. Well, I could not see myself.
Okay, so I would like to share the screen. Okay, can you see?
Yes.
Okay, so the subject is greening with plans to improve immune system against COVID-19 like respiratory diseases. Actually, all of you have been speaking about alternative methods of disaster management. And here we are speaking about disaster management of COVID-19 and other respiratory diseases, and how it can be done naturally through using plant species. So, of course, I do not have anybody to stop me, but I'll try to be very precise and go very fast. Okay, so the COVID-19 is an indelible threat to health. The pandemic 19 has so far taken the lives of more than 5.1 million people worldwide, and it has affected 259 million people health-wise. In Bangladesh, it has affected 1.6 million people, where 28,000 people died, and the rate of infection is still around 1.25%. COVID-19 effect is observed to cause severe multi-organ effects or autoimmune conditions over a longer period of time, with symptoms lasting weeks or months or a lifetime. Although the disease begins with affecting the lungs, multi-organ effects can be severe. Many, if not all, body systems, include heart, lung, kidney, skin, brain, is affected. The autoimmune system conditions happen when immune system attacks the healthy cells of your body by mistake or whatever, and causing inflammation or swelling of tissues and damaging the affected parts. The next slide will show you on the controls of prevention. The prevention and the control of COVID-19 so far has been through vaccination, through taking measures like staying apart 6 feet from each other, wearing masks, washing hands with soap and water, avoiding crowd and poorly ventilated spaces, use of hand sanitizer or soap. And the causes of the viral infection has been due to inhalation and inflammation in the lungs. And this happened due to weak immune system of individuals. People who have higher good immune system are less susceptible to this disease. And so that is the reason where I'm going to point out on the fact that on the importance of the immune system of a person in avoiding the infection of COVID-19 and respiratory diseases. And it is also enhanced by inadequate food and nutrition, deforestation conditions, and environmental pollution. So control mechanism can also be done by immunity, by enhancing immunity. In medical science, immunity is the balanced state of multicellular organisms having adequate biological defense to fight infection, disease, and other unwanted biological invasion, while having an adequate tolerance to avoid allergy and other autoimmune diseases. So natural immunity, low natural immunity or resistance power of the body makes it vulnerable to infectious lung diseases such as emphysema, bronchitis, chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases, and more recently, SARS and coronavirus. So infection is always the result of infective agent and person's weakened immune system and defense system. This also applies to SARS and COVID-2 virus. So the next. You can see that the environmental pollution plays a lot on the infection of the virus. You can see that the virus, you all know that the virus is airborne. Viruses are usually airborne, and so are some bacteria and fungi that combine with dust and dirt to pollute the environment. So along with the virus and the bacteria and fungi, there are a lot of other agents which are susceptible to human beings, like the carbon dioxide, and other obnoxious gases that pollute the environment. These are all airborne and are susceptible and vulnerable to humans. So how do the virus persist in the air? Virus persist in the air through complex interaction with particles and gases, depending on the chemical composition, the electric charges of the particles, meteorological conditions such as relative humidity, ultraviolet radiation, and temperature. Pollutants such as particle matter and gases are carriers of virus, bacteria, and fungi. So by reducing UV radiation, air pollutants may promote viral persistence in the air and reduce vitamin D synthesis. So these viruses persist in the air because of certain conditions of the atmosphere. So the objectives of this study was to see the environmental control of airborne viruses by plantation of outdoor and indoor plants that absorb gaseous particles, expose knowledge of the potential of plant species that have special mechanism to absorb air polluting gases, potential of eliminating the contagious virus, bacteria, and fungi that are entangled in the air with water and obnoxious gases such as CO, CO2, NO, nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide, particle matters, and CFC gases, and eliminate pollution that is transmitters of contagious diseases through greening. So what we want to do is here to promote the plantation of plants, greening of the country to control pollution, whereby obnoxious gases and CFC gases due to climate change and the diseases that caused by the bacteria and viruses can be controlled. So plants are supposed to absorb these substances and filter the air from the pollutants. So we all know that the environment consists of plants, animals, and other species. So we also know that plants purify the air. So we want to take the advantage of plants in purifying the air and removing the pollutants that cause diseases and respiratory problems. So how do we know that plants can filter the air? So the thing is that because the plant can filter the air, there are potential agents that can be used to filter the air of gases and substances that cause diseases, like viruses, which remain in the air with the other substances, the particle matters and the gases. So this experiments were done in 1989, first of all, by the NASA Clean Air Study, where they carried out a research to find out ways to clean the air in space stations with indoor plants. The study suggested that in addition to absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen through photosynthesis, certain common indoor plants may also provide a natural way of removing volatile organic pollutants, such as benzene, formaldehyde, and chloroethylene, dry chloroethylene. Following them, many researchers and scientists have continued to study on how to use plants to purify the air of toxins and gases. So controlling of indoor plants, indoor pollution by plants consists of certain mechanisms. We all know that plants absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen through photosynthesis. Plants increase humidity by transpiring water through vapor, through microscopic leaf pores through respiration. They can passively absorb pollutants on the external surfaces of leaves and on the plant root system. So we know that plants can passively absorb pollutants. So that's a potential. And some plants give out oxygen at night by CAM metabolism and keep the night air fresh. So we all know that carbon dioxide is given out by plants at night, but some plants also give out oxygen at night. So the potential of using this oxygen remains to us. So how are pollutants removed by plant? That there are two processes involved. One is photoremediation and the other is bioremediation. The process is called, the process of photoremediation is defined by UNEP as the use of having green plants for in situ removal, degradation, and containment of contaminants in soils, surface waters, and groundwater. And bioremediation is a process that uses only microorganisms, plants, microbial or plant enzymes to detoxify contaminants in the soil and the environments. This is also known as microbial biodegradation. So the removal of plants, removal of pollutants by remediation results in the removal of substances like mercury, cadmium, arsenic, chromium, thallium, and lead, and pesticides like substances that are used for control of insects. So examples of such plants are Indian mustard, willow, poplar tree, and sunflower. These plants have photoremedial mechanisms. The other, this is the bioremediation method. In this method, the leaf surfaces of the plants can absorb carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and other gases. So the primary, the particle matters and pollutants, such as those I mentioned, enter the stomata of the leaf. These are absorbed and converted in organic compounds like amino acids and protein. So these compounds are usefully converted into proteins and amino acids that are used by the plants. As viruses are proteins, it also gets converted when mingled with the atmospheric pollutants. When these viruses are taken in, these protein viruses are also converted into protein and amino acids. So, what about the recent studies? Recent studies have shown that the impact, there has been a lot of studies done on the impact of outdoor and indoor pollution on COVID-19. And a review of this is shown here. The findings show that various air pollutants are related to COVID-19 morbidity and mortality at the population level. Air pollution may be linked to an increase of COVID-19 severity and lethality, such as the cardiovascular diseases and diabetes. Exposure to air pollution leads to a decreased immune response, thus facilitating viral penetration and replication. So this study was done in 2020 after the COVID pandemic took over. So another study was done to see the effect of air pollution on the role of particulate matter in the spread and increase of COVID-19's morbidity and mortality. And the study showed that the air pollution, with the increase of air pollution, there was an increased incidence of coronavirus disease in a city in Italy, where the infection of the disease was a havoc. So what are those some indoor and outdoor plants that filter the air? A lot of research has been done, and the NASA experts found out that there are at least 19 indoor filtering plants that can be used to purify the air and surroundings that you live in. So they remove formaldehyde, ammonia, and xylene from indoor air environment, and so do the viruses, bacteria, and fungi that are mingled in the air vapor. So these are also removed by these plants when they are mingled in the atmosphere. There are a lot of trees that also have been tested to be pollutant traps, and they trap volatile organic compounds and particulate matter. And here I have named at least 12 plants that trees that can remove pollutants from the air. And we can expect that pollutants the pollutants of virus and bacteria living with the other pollutants would also be eliminated. So you would like to see what some of the plants that we can grow indoors to remove pollutants from the inside and also have low have to grow them in low sunlight. This is one of the plants, chrysanthemum, a pot plant that you can grow inside the house and expect your pollutants to be removed. The pollutants inside the house are usually due to the stoves and air conditioning and the electronic materials that you use. So there is a lot of pollutants in the air from electronics. So you might like to use plants, indoor plants, which remove pollutants, not just plants, because not all plants are able to remove pollutants. You have to have a background knowledge of the plants that remove pollutants and absorb the pollutants and filter the air. And I would like to give you only 2-3 plants because of time constraint. There are plenty of plants that I could show, but I would like to show you a few, like the devil's pothos. It's a money plant, and it's a very good pollutant remover. And in conclusion, I would like to say that the research and the findings of this study, and it could be a vast study with a lot of researchers being continued after the COVID-19 pandemic, show that many scientists have established the fact that plants are lungs of an ecosystem. And others think that ecosystem is the liver. Ecosystem of the plants are the liver of the ecosystem. And they both act as filters of atmospheric pollutants like agents, like gases, VOC, CFC, particle matter, virus, bacteria, fungi, and that are suspended in the moist air. Air pollution may be linked to an increase in COVID-19 severity and lethality through its impact on chronic diseases such as cardiopulmonary diseases and diabetes. Exposure to air pollution leads to a decreased immune response, thus facilitating viral penetration and replication. So if you have a low immune response, there will be a higher incidence of viral infection. Researchers suggest air pollution has significantly worsened the COVID-19 outbreak and led to more deaths, and air pollution particles may be acting as a vehicle of viral transmission. And there are enough evidence to show that plants filter pollutants from air in which COVID-19 and other virus germs build up. Some indoor and outdoor species of plants have special mechanisms to absorb air polluting gases, and air polluted with microorganisms that lead to pandemics like COVID-19, SARS, etc. Certain species of indoor plants are effective in filtering polluted indoor air and are suitable for control of COVID-19 in congested indoors. Trees are particularly effective in removing particulate matter that comes in the form of tiny particles of organic chemicals, acids, metals, and dust, and emitted from fossil fuel burning vehicles and factories, as well as construction sites. So now, with that, I would like to thank you all for your kind attention. For the recommendation, as far as the recommendations go, I would like to say that we should go ahead with increasing a lot of plants and greening the country and the society with plants that would absorb pollutants, with a knowledge-based education and motivation of the people. So thank you very much for your kind attention. Okay, so we would like to go to the next session. And the next paper, I think, is
Dr. Nilofer, is it my paper now?
I think let's see. It's the paper of Dr. Akbaruddin Ahmed. Dr. Mahfouz, I'm going to present your paper.
Yes, I'm ready now. Yes.
Okay, so actually, we thought you had presented your paper with WCDM.
No.
No?
No.
Okay, so we thought, because you said you're going to present through Zoom.
We have not been allowed to present in.
Oh, okay. So I think you can present your paper now with, of course, in 8 minutes, and then we go to the last paper of Professor Dr. Akbaruddin Ahmed. Can you name your paper? I don't have it here.
Sure, I have it here.
Okay, sure. Okay, go ahead. I need to introduce Dr. Mahfuzul Haq. Of course, you have heard from him before. He is the CEO of Policy Research Center, and he has been the ex-secretary of the government of Bangladesh. And he has been working with the University of Dhaka as a professor, and he has a lot of contributions. He's written a lot of papers and contributed in a lot of seminars and workshops. So with those few words, I would like to ask Dr. Mahfuzul Haq to present his paper.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nilüfer, and thank you very much, Professor Akbar, for organizing this technical session for the WCDM. Now, the topic of my paper is indigenous knowledge and practices of the coastal people of Bangladesh in facing climate change-induced disaster. While discussing that, I will be touching upon not only Bangladesh, a little bit about the Pacific Island countries, a little bit of the Andaman and Nicobar Island countries, and looking at their indigenous knowledge and practices, how they are coping with the disaster. Okay, to start with, perhaps a little bit of about. Okay, let me show it full. Okay, don't show this maybe. Okay, let me show it. Okay, fine. I can, yeah. To start with, perhaps a little bit about what is meant by indigenous knowledge and practices. Generally, indigenous. This is, through this one, through the indigenous knowledge and practices, we understand that how the local community are resilient, and what are the coping strategies they undertake in facing climate change induced disaster. So we are also aware of the fact that this indigenous knowledge and practice is nothing new as such. This is very much as simple as that: community-based knowledge, local knowledge, traditional knowledge. So they all go together with indigenous knowledge and practices. In fact, while we are dealing with this climate change induced disaster in Bangladesh and many other parts of the world, we are heavily dependent on the scientific knowledge, not on the local knowledge. But while we go through the inventing or scrutinizing the local knowledge, we do find that they have a good lot of information with them, and they've been living in their society for over the generations with this local knowledge and community-based knowledge. Now, if we look at the UNESCO, how UNESCO looked at this local knowledge, indigenous knowledge and practices. According to UNESCO, this local and indigenous knowledge refers to the understanding, skill, and philosophies developed by societies. And generally, these local knowledge is based on the long histories and with the natural surroundings. We are also aware of the fact that this indigenous knowledge, or related to local knowledge or traditional knowledge, it is used by the local community for agriculture practices like nature resource management, fisheries development, livestock management, healthcare practices. So all this, or through while they go through these practices, they are dependent on their local and traditional knowledge. And in Bangladesh, in the rural areas of Bangladesh, through a process of innovation and adaptation, they have developed a lot of coping strategies. Now, our job is to look at these coping strategies. Do they have any merit in disaster management? Now, basically, these indigenous knowledge is in unwritten form, not in a written form, unwritten form, and passes from generation to generation through oral expression. For example, the medicinal plants. We have the herbal medicine practiced by the medicinal people in the rural areas, the Vaidhas we call them. So they have been practicing that over the generations, not written as such, and it is in a oral form. Unfortunately, in many parts of the world, including in Bangladesh, the researcher, when they go through this process, they ignore indigenous knowledge and practices because of the fact that there is lack of validation, and they often term this indigenous knowledge as primitive, unscientific, or hindrance to development. So these are the myths related to indigenous knowledge and practices. Now, through these next few slides, I'll be discussing about that in some of the sectors, disaster-related areas like flood-prone areas, drought-prone areas, coastal areas, haor areas, and shoreline areas, how the local community is trying to survive based on their local knowledge and practices. Very simple. This flood-proof home, they have raised their plinth. They have raised their plinth, and so when it is flooded, they can survive. They have put cluster of villages together, like these flood-proof livestock shelter, raised earth where they could put their livestock, and especially during floods, they could survive with the livestock, which is so important. Raised tubers, for example, when the water is rising, they're also raising the tubers so that they can drink, potable water. So raising of the tubers could be, these are all based. And this is also very important is the floating gardens. They call it Baira, floating gardens. When everywhere is flooded, so when everywhere is, every places are flooded, what do they do? In the waterlogged areas, they put some mud and water hyacinth, and then they try to cultivate crops like some vegetables, especially some vegetables, and it does give them a dividend. So the waterlogged areas is there, but also they are trying to get some crops out of that, harvest some crops out of that. Very simple one is the solar powered floating school. So in the waterlogged areas where people cannot move out and the schools are closed, so it has been invented that the schools go to the students rather than students going to the schools. So here, this is a solar powered floating school. They have the solar powered laptops, and they work there. In some areas, they work with the computer. They have the lights and everything, and they work there. And it is also gaining momentum. We have a 710-kilometer coastal areas of Bangladesh, and the people of the coast, they understand the type of cyclone especially in the coastal of the Bangladesh, looking at the wind direction, looking at the temperature and salinity of the seawater, looking at the color and the shape of the cloud, looking at the appearance of the rainbow or behavior of certain birds and animals. So these are based on years of experience in the local community. So they don't need any, perhaps a Met Office to tell them the severity of the cyclones. Now, in the haor areas, what do they do in the haor areas when everywhere is flooded? They go for plantation of the indigenous plants like hijol, karoch, barun. These are the indigenous plants. They go for planting of the grass like chaila grass in that area, which can take care of their areas when waves are there. They go for submersible dams. And they also go for early variety of crops so that the crop could be harvested before the flash flood. They go for duck rearing as well. Little bit about the shorelands. That nothing is grown in the shoreland generally, but they go for, they have already started cultivation of crops in the shorelands. And people in the shorelands are also getting richer through the plantation. For example, they know the selection of the crops. what to select and when, especially looking at the seasonal variation. They understand their climate and which should come, which crop should come faster, looking at the flooding situation, looking at the river erosion situation, and they go for intercropping. So these are also part of the survival pattern of the Cholan people related to floods and other things. Now I'll touch upon on the Pacific Island countries. Just only, I don't have enough slides with me. I'm almost there. So in the Pacific Island countries, I went through some literatures, and they understand the behavior of animals, animals and insects and plants in predicting hazards. Tsunami, for example. They understand the animal behavior. They understand the celestial bodies. They understand the environment, material culture, tradition, etc. And based on that, they come to a conclusion that, well, the disaster would be a severe one. And a little bit about the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, I went through these, these tribal people in the Andaman. They came there all the way from Africa some 20,000 years ago, like Sentinelese, Zarawas, Ongis. And during the December 2004, 26 December 2004 tsunami, huge areas were devastated, starting from Sumatra to Sri Lanka. Huge areas were devastated, people died. But luckily, some of these tribal people, like we have the Ongis here, we have the Sentinelese and Zarawas, they exactly knew something is happening. They could sense, although tsunami doesn't have any precautionary measures as such, but these tribal people, based on the indigenous knowledge, they could sense that something is coming. Say they went to a safer area, to the highlands. Now, in conclusion, if we look at some of the literature, is by Hiwasaki in 2004. He came up with some ideas that can we document these indigenous knowledge and practices? Can we validate this indigenous knowledge and practice with science, so that this local knowledge could be validated by science? It would be acceptable. And he termed it as local and indigenous knowledge and practices inventory, validation, establishing scientific knowledge, LIVE. Through this live method, can we give a definition to the local knowledge? Can we give a definition? So it is gaining momentum. And this live method is very much based on observation of animals, celestial bodies, environment, etc., etc. And finally, these indigenous knowledge and practices is a relatively new concept, not widely known outside the development community. So it has to be properly validated, scientifically explained through this live method, and also the researchers are to promote this local knowledge and practices, because it has been always there for over the generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mahfouz. That was very nice, presentation. But I think we do not have much time to discuss. So let's go to the next topic. That is, the next topic is, I think I have to apologize because our chairman, he has to leave on an emergency basis. So he will not be around. Let's go ahead and finish it. The next paper is by Professor Dr. Akbaruddin Ahmed and Tawhid Alam. And the paper is Pandemic COVID-19, Hope for the New Aspects of Future World and Achievements of SDGs. So I think Tawhid will present the paper. Tawhid, please take not more than 8 minutes, okay?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks for giving the opportunity to present paper again. And thanks to our honorable chairman, sir, to give me the opportunity. This paper I'm going to present jointly with our honorable chairman, sir, Professor Dr. Akbaruddin Ahmed, myself and our Honorable Research Director Nilufar Hai Karim Madam. My topics is my topics on pandemic COVID-19, hope for the new aspects of future world and achievements SDGs. Introduction. The micro monster COVID-19 is creating the worst and devastating havoc all over the world. COVID-19 is not the first. The world witnessed pandemics in past. Every nation had to deal with them, surrounded by their own regional arrangement without any global legal framework. Pandemic affects the public health, climate, and environment, society, and socio-economic of the affected countries without any discrimination, and it an unprecedented call to transform human society and economies, and thus reset the relationship between people and nature, and shown us how important healthcare, and public health are. The COVID-19 pandemic situation, disease intensity, weak healthcare facilities, unawareness, and misinformation led people to fear and anxiety in Bangladesh. At the present worldwide unpredictable destruction of COVID-19 in an pandemic scale, the unemployment rate in Bangladesh is expected reach to 4.40% by the end of 2020 from 4.2% in 2019. Today, out of 164.7 million people of Bangladesh, according to our National Youth Policy 2017, defined youth age bracket between 18 and 35. If these groups are equipped with quality education, modern skills, and good health, they can form an empowered to face new challenges and avail huge opportunities in transforming the future. COVID-19 affecting all SDGs and has clearly made it more difficult to achieve the SDGs. But if we work together to build the trust for transformative stroke to address the major crisis of our planet by maintaining nature and ecosystems. The COVID-19 pandemic has led a dramatic loss of human life worldwide and presents an unprecedented challenges to public health, food system, and world of work. The economic and social disruption caused by the pandemic is devastating. Tens of millions of people are at risk of falling into extreme poverty, while the number of undernourished people currently estimated at near 690 million could increase by up to 132 million by the end of year. Report on October 13, 2020. Social and socio-economic. The UN's framework for the immediate socio-economic response to the COVID-19 crisis warns that the COVID-19 pandemic is far more than a health crisis. It is affecting societies and economies at their core. While the impact of the pandemic will vary from country to country, it will most likely increase poverty and inequalities at a global scale, making achievements of SDGs even more urgent. Social and socio-economic. COVID-19 has affected communities, business, and organizations globally, inadvertently affecting the financial markets and the global economy. Uncoordinated governmental responses and lockdowns have led to a disruption in the supply chain. In China, lockdown restrictions significantly reduced the production of goods from factories, while quarantine and self-isolation policies decreased consumption, demand, and utilization of products and services as COVID-19 has progressed to affect the rest of the world. China will begin to recover faster than the rest of the countries, strengthening its trade negotiating power against the US. In fact, Chinese companies will be in the advantageous position to acquire the Western counterparts, which are greatly dependent and will be inevitably affected by the stock market. Health and education. COVID-19 has affected all levels of education system, from preschool to tertiary education. Different countries have introduced various policies ranging from complete closures in Germany and Italy to targeted closures in the United Kingdom for all but the children of workers in key industries. Additionally, over 100 countries have imposed a nationwide closures of educational facilities. UNESCO estimated that close to 900 million learners have been affected by the closures of education institutions. COVID-19 had an impact on social mobility, whereby schools are no longer able to provide free school meals for children from lower income families, social isolations, and school dropout rates. Adaptive agriculture practice. The COVID-19 pandemic comes at a time when around 820 million people in the world suffer from chronic hunger and more than 2 billion are malnourished. The immediate or short-term impact of COVID-19 pandemic on sustainable crop production systems derive from the near universal response of governments to impose lockdown in countries. This has resulted in the inability of farmers, farm laborers, farm service providers, extension officers, input suppliers, processors, and other various actors in the food system to perform their tasks. The constraints may manifest themselves in the failure to plant crop in a timely manner, or to use the optimal quality and quantities of inputs needed to carry out varied cultural practices and harvest and post-harvest activities. Science and technology. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected many scientific and technical institutions globally, resulting in lower productivity in a number of fields and programs. However, the impact of the pandemic has led to the opening of several new research funding lines for government agencies around the world. As a result, the COVID-19 pandemic new and improved forms of scientific communications have evolved. The example is the amount of data being published on preprint servers and the way it has been reviewed on social media platforms before being formally peer-reviewed. Scientists are reviewing, editing, analyzing, and publishing manuscripts and data speedily. Disaster. Recently expanding research on COVID-19 emphasized the disruptionate impact the pandemic has had on certain groups and sectors of the economic, potentially amplifying their pre-existing vulnerabilities and worsening inequities. The novel coronavirus disease has been taking devastating toll for all over the world, and amazingly fast forward of a couple of months, the world finds an unbelievable and unprecedented situation, the COVID-19 pandemic, a public health emergency of international concern, PHEIC, as well as an economic crisis. As of July 2020, more than 17 million people worldwide confirmed COVID-19 affected, with about 1.6 million of deaths. The USA, Brazil, India, Russia, South Africa, Mexico, and Peru have been facing the worst ever situation in near past. The COVID-19 pandemic is a disaster that combines a biological threat with various vulnerabilities, such as the organizational and response capacity of health systems, overcrowding, informality, social work practices, and public transports. Mitigation and SDGs. Global crisis caused by the pandemic of COVID-19 since early 2020 can compromise the world commitment to 2030 agenda for sustainable development. The multiple global challenges, economic and financial shocks associated with COVID-19 make financing for sustainability even more difficult. Although somewhat contradictory, the SDGs in the COVID-19 context guide and encourage mitigating the negative impact of the pandemic. Various mitigation strategies have been taken to slow down the rapid spread of COVID-19, such as complete or partial lockdown, travel bans, and mass gathering. Conclusion: COVID-19 is not only a global pandemic and public health crisis, it has also severely affected the global economy and financial markets. Significant reduction in income, a rise in unemployment, and disruption in the transportation service and manufacturing industries are among the consequences of the disease mitigation measures that have been implemented in many countries. It has become clear that most governments in the world underestimated the risk of rapid COVID-19 spread and were most reactive in their crisis responses. As disease outbreaks are not likely to disappear in the near future, proactive international action are required to not only save lives, but also protect economic prosperity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Tawhid, for your very good presentation. You have elaborately highlighted your topic, very much the effect of COVID-19, the global pandemic that has raised the world, and that also on Bangladesh. So I would like to thank you for your very good presentation. So to conclude the sessions, we are sorry to say that our chairman, Dr. Akbaruddin, had to leave on an emergency basis, but I would like to thank all who were present today to present their papers for the 3 sessions. They have done a wonderful job staying with us for such a long time. We had no other alternative but to do it today, because today is the 27th, the last day of the WCDM meetings. So therefore, we have to finish it today in a very short notice. But before I conclude, I would like to request Dr. Mahfuzul Haq to say something on behalf of the chairman as a CEO of PRC. Dr. Mahfuzul Haq, would you like to comment?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, thank you to all of you. In fact, Policy Research Centre Bangladesh has been conducting a number of sessions, number of seminars related to World Conference on Disaster Management. As an active partner of WCDM, we have been doing that, and we did present good number of papers in the seminar, in the Congress. But because of the corona situation, we couldn't make a physical presentation. But I like to believe that all these presented materials, recorded materials, would be sent to the Congress for their documentation, and we like to see something coming up in a published form at a later date. And thank you so much. Thank you to Chairperson Professor Akbar. Thank you to our Director Research, Dr. Nilufar. Thank you to all our members who very actively participated, conducted, moderated this session, and presented papers in this session, and we like to continue in future as well. Thank you so much. Khuda Hafiz.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mahfouz, for this few ending words. Thank you very much for staying with us for so long, and also at this odd time. I'm glad that you had been present with us. I'm very happy to have you be back again, maybe in December, for another session of our monthly session. And I would like to thank everyone, Dr. Mahbub, Mr. Mahfouzul, Syed Mahfouzul Haq, Dr. Awal, and Dr. Zainuddin, and all the others who had presented their papers, the moderators, Mr. Kamal for his presentation and his moderation, and all who have maybe watched us. I do not know how many watched us, but I'm very happy to have this done because of this long hour. We have been persistent. We stayed all through, and I'm happy. On behalf of the chairman, I would like to thank you once again for your kind attendance. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kamal Bhai. Thank you. We lost you, but would you like to say something at the end of the session? Because the chairman had to go on an emergency.
Yeah. Yes. Hello.
Mr. Kamal Chaudhary, would you like to say something on behalf?
Kamal আসছে আমার নামটা আসে নাই কোথায় দেখি আমার নামটা আন আমার নামটা আসে না কুত্তার বাচ্চা আমার নাম আসলো না কেন
Can you hear me, Apa?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me, Apa?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
We hear everything. We hear you everything.
I can hear you, yes.
Mute.
Kamal bhai, আপনাকে শোনা যাচ্ছে. Go ahead.
No, no. Okay, I got for a moment my electricity went off, so I was cut off. I'm back now. It's okay. I just heard her concluding the meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, so would you like to comment on the meeting or anything?
Myself?
Yes.
Yes, I would just say that I enjoyed it very much, and I've learned today very much. And thanks to everybody.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Mahbub, for staying with us for so long. Would you have, do you have any comments or any suggestion for us?
Sure. Yeah. Suggestion will be I will do a very bold suggestion. Can you manage time properly next time? Because এরকম সেশনে এই যে 2 ঘন্টা 3 ঘন্টা 5 ঘন্টা হয়ে যায়. I'm being very forthright. I'm frank. I don't keep anything to my heart. Akbar Bhai has been my boss. So I think we have to manage time properly. And এরকম important subject আপনি যদি টাইম না দেন আর ইম্পর্টেন্ট টপিকগুলো যদি খুলে না আমরা বলতে পারি তখন আমাদের কিন্তু ডিমোটিভেশন হয়। তো একটা ব্যাপার আরেকটা হচ্ছে যে আপনার স্লাইডসগুলি আমি সাজেস্ট করব যে স্লাইডসগুলি যেন বুলেট পয়েন্টসে দেওয়া হয় এরকম। এটা আমি all the presentation were brilliant, but ওই প্রেজেন্টেশন একদিক থেকে পড়া হয় আবার একদিক থেকে আমরা দেখি, মানে এটা একরকম প্রেজেন্টেশনের একটা ব্যাপার এটা। তো এটা যদি একটু আমরা ইমপ্রুভ করতে পারি যে বুলেট পয়েন্টস দিয়ে আমরা করতে পারি। আমার তো বুলেট পয়েন্টস আমার পেপারে ছিল, রাইট? তো ওই পেপার থেকে আমি মাইন্ডে যা আছে ওটা বলেছি। আর 10 মিনিটে এগুলি হয় না। These are topics of immense interest not only to the public in every country but all the presenters. যতগুলি প্রেজেন্টার ছিলেন এরা মার্ভেলাস কথা বলেছেন, কিন্তু আপনি বুলেট পয়েন্টে থাকলে মাথায় বসে যায়, কিন্তু পেজ আফটার পেজ পড়লে তখন মানে ইন্টারেস্ট কিন্তু হারাই ফেলে। আই এম বিং ভেরি ফ্র্যাঙ্ক, মাইন্ড করেন না।
as an executive advisor, I think we all need to prepare our slides. We have scope for improvements. That and time management. এটা করলে কিন্তু হয় আপনাদের সেন্টারটা এত ভালো কাজ করতেছে that you can be a change agent for this country, at least in raising the awareness of the people of this country and the civil society. If that we can do, ওইদিকে একটু খেয়াল রাখতে হবে আমাদের টাইমটা যাতে আপনারা একটু আপনি এই 10 মিনিট 15 মিনিট দিলেই হয়ে যায়। তাহলে এই যে আমি যে পেপারটা প্রিপেয়ার করেছি আমি 1 মাস আগে থেকে করেছি। এখন যদি আমাকে বলা হয় আপনার টাইম আপ হয়ে গেছে 7 মিনিট পরে আপনার আরো 2 মিনিট কম, হ্যাঁ আমি তো টাইমের ভিক্ষা যাচ্ছি না। I did my research. I want to present it to the qualified panel sitting in front of me. ওনারাও ইন্টারেস্ট পাবে। আমি দেখেন এতক্ষণ বসেছি কেন? আমি বসেছি বিকজ আমি শুনতে চাচ্ছি কে কি বলে। And in the process, believe me, I learned a lot. Things that I did not know, especially আপনার পেপার যেটা ইন্ডিজিনাস ইয়ে ছিল, তারপর মাহফুজুল হক সাহেবের পেপার, তারপরে অন্য মাহফুজুল হক সাহেবের ইয়ে ওই যে ওশান গোয়িং কন্টেনার কিভাবে হয়, তারপর আরেকজন বললেন আওয়াল সাহেব ওই যে অয়েল ড্রিলিং অ্যাবান্ডেন্ড অয়েল ওয়েলস, এগুলো আই ডিড নট নো, বাট আমার নলেজ ইনক্রিজ হয়েছে। বাট আমি বলবো এটা যদি আরো কিছু বললেন। তারপর লাস্টের স্পিকার ছিলেন আরেকজন মিস্টার মাহফুজুল হক, এখন উনি আসেন বোধ হয়, ওই যে স্লাইডগুলিতে চর এলাকার ফটো, এটা এলাকার ফটো, দ্যাট ওয়াজ ব্রিলিয়েন্ট। আমরা ওটা দেখলাম, দেখতে তখন আরে হ্যাঁ তাই তো, এই তো বাংলাদেশের যমুনার চর ভেঙে যায়, চরে কি হয় না হয় ওগুলো সব লাইভ মাথায় এসে গেছে তখন। এই যে পিক্টোরিয়াল প্রেজেন্টেশন with bullet points has a long lasting impact than essay type writing. So আমার সাজেশন এগ্রি, I hope you all don't mind, but আমি নিজেই 40 বছর হিউম্যান রিসোর্স ডেভেলপমেন্ট করেছি ব্যাংক, ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ব্যাংকে। আমার অনেক কথা ছিল, যেমন আজকালকার লোকজনে গ্লোবাল করাপশন এত বেড়ে গেছে যে আমি যে একটা ভালো লোক এমপ্লয় করবো ম্যারিটাইম ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে, পাবো কি, কোথায় পাবো, পেলে কোথায় পাবো, এতে নলেজ কত লেভেল, হাউ ডিপ আর দে, হাউ ওল্ড আর দে, এরা কিছুদিন থাকবে, এর মানে স্যাবোটাজ করবে না তো, আমার মেরিন ট্রাফিক স্যাবোটাজ করবে না তো, হোয়াট আর দি ইস্যুস, এমার্জিং ইস্যুস গুলি আলাপ করতে হবে। ওকে, বাকি সব ঠিক আছে। আমি কিন্তু আমি রিসার্চ করি ফ্রম প্র্যাকটিক্যাল লাইফ, 40 বছর বিদেশে 40-50টা দেশে কাজ করেছি, স্ট্যান্ডার্ড চার্টার্ড ব্যাংকে ছিলাম। তো আমার আপনার যদি বলেন কোয়ালিটি অফ দিস প্রোগ্রামটা কি, আমি কিন্তু এভরিওয়ান ইজ আ গুড প্রেজেন্টার, বাট ইফ ওভারঅল যদি আমাকে বলেন অন আ স্কেল অফ 0 to 10 where would I place this today's discussion, I would not give more than 6.5. আমি তো নিজেও এক্সামিনার ছিলাম। However, within 6.5 আমি কিছু স্পিকারদের আমি 8.5 নাইনও দিতে রাজি আছি এরকম, because they have been very good, the information they collected, that might be wonderful, but আমার মনে হয় ওই যে বুলেট পয়েন্ট দিলে সবাই কিন্তু মাইন্ডে গেঁথে যায়, কিন্তু তাহলে বই পড়তে পারি, আপনি আমাকে পেপার পাঠাতেন আমি পড়বো এরকম। তো ওইটাই হতে পারে আমার এই সাজেশন, আই হোপ আপনার কেউ মাইন্ড করেন না।
No, thank you very much for the suggestions. Actually, a presentation গুলো একটু সমস্যা হয়ে গেছে আমাদের, we had to squeeze in 3 sections, so এই জন্য এটা সমস্যা হয়েছে, but usually we want to have like 5 to 6 papers. Somehow পরে অনেকে একটু প্রেস করে যে বেশি বেশি পেপার দিতে চাই যখন, তখন আমরা না বলতে পারি না, so then we have to shorten the time, but I'm sure we are going to take your suggestions, and you will be our advisor to look after, where the things go wrong.
আপনারা বলে দিবেন each presenter কে 10 মিনিট 12 মিনিট সময় দেওয়া হলে প্লিজ প্রেজেন্ট ইট ইন আ বুলেট পয়েন্ট ফর্ম।
That would be comfortable.
যখন প্রেজেন্ট করি না আমরা, যখন বানাই এই পেপারগুলি আমাদের মাথায়, তো আমরা বই পড়ে করি, তো আমাদের মাথায় অলরেডি পয়েন্টস থাকে, আমি খালি বুলেট পয়েন্টসটা শুট করবো স্লাইড। এই তো ওটা যদি বলে দেন গাইডলাইন ফর প্রেজেন্টেশন স্লাইডস, that may be much better.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Mahfouz. Thank you very much. Kamal Bhai, thank you, Tawhid, and thank you all who have been present in this occasion, this 4-hour period of time. I'm very grateful to you, and on behalf of the chairman, I would like to thank you all. Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Good night. Assalamu alaikum. Shall I end the program now?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
I can stop the recording. We can end the program.
Thank you so much.
এটা বোধহয় পাঠিয়ে দিতে হবে। তৌহিদ, তুমি এটা কোলেক্ট করে রেকর্ডেড ভার্সনটা পাঠিয়ে দিতে হবে।